Hello.
Good
Have
evening,
you started
folks,
all?
and welcome to the Sultans of Shadilay podcast. We are joined
Oh,
by Oil and the fashionably light as always Trim.
yes,
Hey,
me.
Heidi ho!
Talk about making it a hair's breadth.
Yes.
Good enough.
So,
Yes.
Call it prof-
yeah. So while we wait for the audience to build up, Trim, I hear you got called a boomer again.
Several times actually.
Yes, I hear there was like a 4 hour period of Disco just calling you a boomer.
Yes, and I basically just made fun of the fact that she was Scottish and a woman, and that her computer is shitter than mine, a boomer, and she's this super techie, and I'm supposed to be like the worst techie, and I still have the better technology.
Well, yeah, but you're not drawing an income from the Lotus Eaters, so you know.
True, I make actual money.
All I'm getting from this is that Cal needs to pay more.
Yes.
Mm.
You hear that, Carl?
Well, technically speaking, the average income of our members is much higher. Uh, yeah, I'm working on another collaboration, but I can't say too much about it just now.
Ah. Was it the guy that Cooper showed off?
I would never do that. I certainly wouldn't get him to make exactly the same picture again.
I wonder how that one would look. Jesus.
Doesn't matter.
Maybe draw a gender bent Cooper. He seems to be very focused on drawing women. Really good at it too.
I mean,
Fuck, where did I send that link?
so tonight on the list of things we're going to look at, we're going to memorialise the National Stroll Through Capitol Hill Day.
Nice, nice. Oh, don't you mean the horrible mass murdering, country-threatening insurrection done by evil Nazis in full Hugo Boss uniforms?
What, the riots in Portland? No, no, no.
Yeah, I mix the two as well sometimes.
Dear, dear. Such a
By the way,
boomer.
have you all heard that the Amazon Lord of the Rings series has just discovered, apparently by finding some secret letter from Tolkien, that Isildur, who was an only child, has a sister?
Excuse me?
Yes, Isildur has a sister.
Is she
Fuck's
hot?
sake.
That's the question.
Well, the actor seems to be hot. At least there's that bonus.
Well, that's something, I
But
guess.
you know it's an Amazon series, so it's doomed to be one of those woke sisters, like, oh, I'm evil and everything you do is evil. And Isildur's going to be like, woman, quiet.
Wow. Nothing wrong with that.
Based, I believe the word is. That was a lot of roboting.
Yeah, Oil's gone full robot. Hey, we'll have a Capstasher.
Hello, Jim.
Hey, long time no see.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Good to have you, man.
That's our favorite Romanian.
Good to be here. Alright, let's see. What topics do we have to cover today?
Well,
The ever friendly and completely, the hostile, unforgivable invasion of Capitol Hill last year?
Oh God. Of course, right.
That's mainly because I put together a shitty meme video, but we'll get to that.
Ah, I see. Good. I've got some Kazakhstan news, if anyone's interested about that.
Oh, very much
Ooh.
so. I was thinking of doing something about that, but if you've got some stuff, that'll be very nice.
Yeah, I was
I
working
also want to
on
bitch a
memory
little bit
hole on the
about my own
page.
country as well.
I haven't updated it today, but I've heard some rumors and I can throw them in.
Sweet.
Yeah, we might laugh briefly at J.K. Rowling being a racist, and then we'll have a look
An
at
anti-Semite.
yeah, and then we'll have a look at some of the latest retardation out of Australia.
Based.
Goblins are Jews, don't you know?
Well,
They're good at counting.
it turns out that in Australia, our politicians are so stupid, they won't even do the right thing for millions of dollars.
Ah, okay.
No, that's
No, they're not even bribable properly.
yeah, that's pretty gay.
Yeah, I mean, at least take bribes like a usual politician.
Uh-huh.
Sheesh. Even Norwegian politicians can do bribes properly.
But yes, normally politicians do the wrong thing for money. And the right thing accidentally. But in Australia, our politicians won't do the right thing for more money.
Norwegian politicians will take bribes. They also declare them for tax purposes.
Yes. We make them legal, kinda.
Well, that's something,
We were
I
a
guess.
bunch of greedy bastards. What else do you expect?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm out again.
They're immoral, not criminal.
Yes. Big difference. We're saving the environment, don't you know?
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Huh, that's a bit odd. So apparently, a couple hours ago, there was a 6.9 magnitude earthquake hitting northwest China. And everything seems fine and good. It was just an earthquake. It's a pretty big one, but it's just an earthquake. There's footage of an explosion. Huge explosion right before the earthquake. And then rockets flying up.
Of course there is.
Huh. Probably rockets of peace, prosperity, and joy that nobody would ever look at.
Oh, of course.
Unless they get paid.
I'll put in voice text if anyone's interested. Very weird.
Always.
And then some of the official narrative.
Yep.
The official narrative.
And of course, the other thing we have going on is we're now accepting video comments. Which of course means we have a message from Harry, because Harry's the only person who was a good boy and sent one.
Of course he is. Of course Harry did.
Oh, right. So what do we got in chat? We have David Taylor saying hello all. Hello, David.
Hello.
Greetings.
David is one of our low-key cigar chats.
Ah, so he's a cigar chat. Excellent.
Mm-hmm.
We have Billy Blogs.
As a result of that, he gets a 20% discount off the podcast.
Yes.
Yeah. We've got Billy Blogs, who says explosion and rockets followed by earthquakes. Yeah, what a shock.
Yeah, it seems like China had like a missile explosion or something.
Hey, Oya, what were you doing earlier
China,
today?
the country of peace and prosperity, is not a communist hellhole? Talking about.
No, unbelievable.
Never. Unbelievable.
What was that, Bezic?
Oh, I was just wondering what you were up to earlier today, Will.
Nothing.
Nothing menacing, nothing cruel.
Someone's
Just-
got their
No,
switch ready.
I
Yep.
have an alibi for this morning. I was emptying my balls.
Oh. Don't you do that every Saturday morning?
Yeah, but into a person on this occasion.
Was that person a Chinese spy?
I don't believe so. If she is, she's got an incredible cover as a Deliveroo driver.
Well, here's a way you can test it out. Just look said woman in the eye and say, "Oh, are you West Taiwanese?"
I don't think the normie would get that joke, but fair enough.
Exactly, it's for the CCP and the people who
A
know.
Chinese agent, though.
Well, how would
Nails
they
him.
have seen the meme? They wouldn't have seen the meme either.
No, but they hate West Taiwan, and then you just explain that West Taiwan is mainland China, and you'll have yellow turning red pretty quick.
Yes. So, let's see. Mythos says we do not want him to send a video comment. Believe me. No, in that case, we really want one. Dave says no video comment from me as I'm a fat lard ass. That's never stopped the rest of us, Dave.
I'm the fattest fuck here, and I send video comments every now and then.
Yeah, but always above waist.
Hey guys,
Very
speaking
true.
of Kazakhstan, Lord Miles just made a GoFundMe so he could go to Kazakhstan.
Oh,
That motherfucker!
Oh, fucking course he did.
I'll put it in here. I'm definitely gonna support this, and you guys should as well.
I mean, I might just pay for it. I mean,
It's in voice text.
Okay, I'll give that a look-see after this.
Kazakhstan is reasonably safe, to be fair, as long as you're not gay.
Or
Yeah,
a
well,
cop at the moment, apparently.
They recently authorized to use lethal force against the protesters.
Based.
Against these armed bandits, I believe in saying.
Oh, shit. He's almost at his
Right.
goal.
Yeah, I know.
Riots in Kazakhstan is really interesting because do you know what the national sport of Kazakhstan is?
What is
Shooting
it?
commies?
No, I mean like literally. Do you know what the national? They changed their national sport a couple of decades ago. Quite interesting.
Okay.
They changed the national sport to MMA.
Nice.
Badass.
That
Literally
explains why the
schools-
that explains why the military is losing.
Literally, there are octagons in schools.
Nice.
Oh.
People are doing MMA at PE.
I am only respecting this.
Oh my god. Just, bit of an in joke for just a couple of people here, but Shadow has already posted me my request. I'm just gonna put this image in the throne room. How do I'm too boomery. I can't even fucking do it. Wait a second.
See, it's not that easy.
Oh no, how can I put it so you can see it?
You just posted in like Inner Sanctum or something.
You should, or
Yeah,
if you're
but-
just
yeah.
looking at the photo, you just hit share, then find Discord. Look for Inner
No,
Sanctum.
far too boomery. Far too boomery. For that shit.
Well, shit.
Where even is the Inner Sanctum? I can't even find it there. Oh yeah. I realize this is great listening, but
Riveting, truly riveting.
it's in the
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, that's
is this a
that's
good
the other angle.
is this a good time to talk about Harry's massive throbbing hard-on?
Okay.
Nah, that's too funny.
This is above what I am able to do. I
I'm
am
not...
I bend before this, or kneel before it. I'm not bending anywhere near that.
For those of you who can't see the glory, you will see it eventually.
I don't think we can share it on video though.
Yeah, just put a black block between where the brown and the white meets.
I think we have to blur the entire log.
Maybe we can do it like this. Guys, remember? Does anyone here of you remember the image that Oil paid me to
No,
make?
shut
and
up,
that
shut up,
the
shut up,
base-
shut up, shut up, shut up.
What?
Don't share
What?
it.
I'm just going to say that it's from the other angle.
You get a bit of a side view.
Oh god.
That's gonna be fucking, I'm so pleased with that. That's gonna be fucking great. Anyway, for another week.
That
Lovely.
is some top level spurgery. All right, to get it out of the way. We will get the suffering over and done with, shall we?
All right.
We're not saving Harry's till the end. You have to stay. You have to listen to the podcast for the full 8 hours if you want to hear Harry's comment.
Yes. Base. In that case, I'll play the other video.
we're gonna check the
Dedication
data.
of our views.
No, we're gonna check the data at the end, and we're only gonna send it to people that were on for the full 8 hours. check the analytics, and then we're gonna send it to you personally.
Yeah.
We're doing elitism here, guys.
Yes, we will say a code word somewhere during the video.
Backwards and fully in. Only the true followers can see.
And the code word is Harry is a fucking spurgweed.
And in order to see the video, you must send that to me in Discord.
The only problem is some people that aren't listening to this still there's a good chance they'll still text you that. So completely apropos of nothing.
Yeah, generally when you're doing something like that, you're supposed to choose something that won't come up in normal conversation.
Oh yeah, right. That shouldn't be my safe word.
So getting a bit too intense in the BDSM, it's like, Harry's a spurg weep, and then it stops.
I didn't want it to stop. I was just.
Oh, so Harry's a spurg weep is the message to get it to intensify.
No, it just comes up a lot, so it's not a good safe word.
Okay. Shall we watch the video of all my ultimate cringe? That isn't Harry's.
Yes. Oh.
Oh shit.
But okay, so anyone who wants to watch this one, get ready. Let me see. Hopefully the audio works. Fingers fucking crossed.
December 7th,
America
1941.
destroyers.
September 11th, 2001. And January 6th, 2021. Our thoughts are with all of the families who lost a loved one. How will January 6th come to be remembered in the years ahead? December.
Now to wait for reactions.
The charismatic black hole that is the first black woman, whatever the hell.
First black woman soon to be president for you.
Oh right.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
So this is Pamela comparing the insurrection to 9/11. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't see the video when you do it because I'm
Yeah.
on my phone. But yeah.
The bitch compared it to Pearl Harbor as well.
That's horrible.
No,
Smooth.
that's a good. No. Pearl Harbor is a good. Pearl Harbor is actually a really. Pearl Harbor and 9/11 actually are both really good examples because in both of those, only white people died.
Well,
And
that...
also, both of those were also fabricated by the government, but
No, but,
Easy there, kiddo.
because well, I mean, maybe some janitors died in 9/11. So.
Well, some of the Japanese pilots died in Pearl Harbor, but they don't count because they weren't people.
Yeah, but they're Asian, so they're white.
Oh, is it that day of the week? Is it?
Well, according to BLM. Right? According to Harvard.
Wait, no, wrong one.
So for you, Oil, one of the other things Kamalama Ding Dong said was...
Finally, someone else using that one.
One of the other things she referenced was that their hearts go out to all the people, to all the families of those who smash cut to Ashley Barrett getting shot, had family members die at the Capitol.
I'm pretty sure someone in some position of power called Ashley Babbitt specifically a terrorist. I wonder if it was Kamala.
Well, I mean, she was a woman, so.
Well, I'm saying that Kamala did it at some point.
I think technically all women are terrorists. They've all used
Fear and
The threat of violence to get compliance.
Yeah. By which I mean, threatening to not have sex with people to get what they want. That's emotional terrorism, I think.
I'm going to post that video as a short clip on YouTube, and hopefully one of the gold tier peeps can upload it to Lotus Eaters for some laughs.
glory.
I think based might be your man.
Based is always our man. If thou hast questions, ask the based monkey.
Monkey.
Return to monkey.
Yeah, I know it's a bit cringe to actually describe the joke, but unfortunately Oil didn't actually see it. So the last part of the joke, Oil, was Kamal asks, how will people remember January 6th? Slide whistle? The QAnon shaman zooms in? Freeze frame? Clown nose honk honk?
Yeah, obviously. I mean, that's not really a joke. That's just accurate portrayal.
Ah,
Pretty much.
Probably. I mean, it's just a shame there wasn't a picture of the turd that guy did in Pelosi's desk, because that would be the main image in my mind.
That's one of my favorite things, and the person who did that, I salute you.
Somewhere, somewhere, someone's wanking off into AOC's shoes as well.
Wait,
probably
was that you?
Yeah. Yeah, who do we have in chat? We have Bus Van Jeepen, who says she could have referred to that one specific family by name. It's one family. And Michael Manning has popped in saying hello, lads. G'day, Michael.
Hello,
Hello
Michael. Wait, who's Michael
Nice
Manning
one.
again?
I've got a video coming for you, Michael.
I think Michael might have missed the video, so because I find it fucking hilarious, I'm going to play it again.
December 7th,
America
1941.
lost 3 destroyers.
September 11th, 2001. And January 6th, 2021. Our thoughts are with all of the families who lost a loved one. How will
Oh,
January
Kamala,
6th
you bitch.
come to be remembered in the years ahead.
I find that far
Yeah.
too funny for how low quality
December
it
7th,
is.
America lost 3
1941.
destroyers.
September 11th, 2001. And January 6th, 2021. Our thoughts are with all of the families who have lost a loved one. How will January 6th come to be remembered in the years ahead?
Dear. If only I had, like, base tapes editing skills. Michael Manning says it's like night and day when you put them side by side. Just a little. Just a little.
Just a little bit. Well, we all know that Kamalama Ding Dong is a noble and honest person who would never ever lie for her own political gain.
Of course.
No, of course she wouldn't.
She has a position of great power. Of course, she'll take a lot of responsibility when she uses it.
Yeah, she has no malicious intent ever.
Well, I suppose in that case, I guess Joe Biden technically isn't lying because he's stupid enough to believe in everything he says.
Very true. Though I don't think he's just stupid. I think he's just missing a little bit, in the top bracket. There's not a lot up there,
He's missing a few sheep in the top end, is he?
Pretty much.
Bus Van Diepen says that red nose looks good on her. It gives her more charisma.
I mean, if we're going to repeat what our dear friend Second Plague says, she is a charisma black hole.
She's an embarrassment to everything that America used to hold dear.
I'm just looking forward to when she get what she deserves.
I didn't. Ooh, that might be interesting. I think it's been a long time since don't think I can say that. I'm going to stop that line of thought before it. I'm pretty sure that my next line of thought is actually an incitement to violence. So let's not go there.
Well, we would never, ever, say do violence. That is evil. Oh, shit.
Dave says was on the phone to a customer in the US yesterday. He's one of us and asked what I thought of Joe. My answer, it could be worse. 2 words, President Kamala. The poor bloke almost cried.
Oh. I like it when you meet people who are based.
Indeed. So, of course, one of the other crimes of terrorism that occurred on January 6th. Someone stole Pelosi's podium! Get him!
Oh no, whatever shall we do? Mm-hmm.
Indeed. Actually, one of them.
I mean, we all know that.
One of the.
I'm willing to. Oh, sorry. I'm willing to bet that Pelosi actually likes that kind of thing. She just got annoyed that everybody found out her secret kink.
Yeah, the shit on the desk was from before the protesters came in.
Oh yeah. Don't you see? It is my favorite thing to do.
Good morning, Sunday morning.
Oh god. Pelosi's a creature that scares me. I'm man enough to admit that.
Police is a blood-sucking demon from hell.
Essentially.
How else would you stay alive?
Indeed.
I came to get health and I managed to blow myself up. Full on Allahu Akbar.
Yep. So,
Inshallah, bro.
so of course, we saw previously in the background of the clip I just played, the protesters violently walking between the lines.
Oh dear, how could they? How could they betray the nation's heart and soul?
Yep. But of course, the Capitol Police actually opened the doors to let them in.
Yeah, funny how nobody mentions that part.
Yep, like the cops literally hold the doors open for them and invite them inside. It's pathetic.
Hell, even Norwegian media is like, oh, it was an insurrection, or whatever pussy-ass word we have for that.
Yep.
I mean, Norway's probably is the best country around, but we're far from perfect. Just saying.
It could be worse. It could be Sweden.
Oh, yeah. A lot worse.
Ah, well. At least you don't live in a Nazi hellhole like Australia.
Yeah, or Austria. What's with country with the word "os" in it? Yeah, they're a hell or a dictatorship.
Well, we used to be hell, but things have descended. Things have gone worse.
Oh, you've hit the unknown 10th circle. Australia!
Yes, the spider hell.
Mm.
Spiders so big that they'll kidnap your child. Oh wait, that's dingoes.
Alright.
A dingo ate me baby!
I'll admit it. Australia isn't even a real country. Bloody spiders invented it.
Yes, and here we have the pictures of the most damage that was done at the Capitol. Oh, they didn't put their rubbish in the bins.
Oh no, that's
And
horrible.
Somebody broke some glass and knocked over some tables.
Wait, wasn't that actually an Antifa person who did that? From what I heard, though I could be wrong.
No,
Conspiracy
it wasn't
theory
an
and all
Antifa person. It was a Fed. Fuck.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Dave says, pity that Swedish PM is such a mentalist. She's cute. Yeah, it's a shame the cute ones tend to be crazy.
There's some truth there. Man, I've been walking over lava on my big round ball for the last fucking 15 minutes. I have no idea what to do here.
Have you tried getting good?
Yes.
Try harder.
hard.
Have you considered not being a scrub?
Okay, I'll take my scrub pants off and put on my get good pants.
Yes. Michael Manning says, I think Josh pointed out the other day that everyone describes January 6th as an insurrection despite the plethora of synonyms. Goes to show that people just parrot a narrative fed to them. If there's one thing that 2021 has done, it proves that people will regurgitate anything the authorities shit out.
World's first unarmed insurrection.
Yeah, how so? And it's horrible, don't you know?
Yes. They took over the Capitol. Yes, somehow the entirely unarmed crowd managed to defeat the National Guard, the Secret Service, and the Capitol Police to take over the Capitol.
Yeah.
While,
Good day.
while at the same time inflicting exactly 0 casualties on the government.
How could they?
I mean, there was Grand Theft Shoe, and one
Yeah.
properties of a bathroom.
I do believe
Grand
I
Theft
do
Shoe.
believe AOC locked herself inside of her bathroom in the office in the opposite building too, because she was so
Yeah.
scared and terrified.
Well, maybe that's what they should use in the defense for the guy that stole the shoes. In California, it's not even a felony.
No.
That's fair.
Well, it depends on the price of the shoes, to be fair.
True, but that cheap bitch wouldn't spend money on good shoes.
Nah, she's too busy celebrating in red.
She's a communist. They'll be like $2,000.
True, but she sure as shit wasn't the one who spent money on them.
Nope.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I mean, she's probably too busy celebrating and having vacation in red states to avoid extra tax and expenses.
Yeah.
She's part of the intelligentsia, don't you know? Or the whatever the hell the leadership is called in whatever communist hellhole she's in. Do-do-do.
The guy who took the shoes should just say that he suddenly identified as a woman at that second, and to get the appropriate footwear.
Why not identified as a black woman? Instant win.
I think we all should.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, the entire male population of the planet should just identify as a woman now and get it over with.
How dare you assume my gender?
For legal purposes, we should actually just mandate that all men are women. Be done with it.
Yeah, full on mandate. That never stops being funny to me.
Look, well, at this rate, I'm like 60% of the way to just telling Tossie that we're banning women from the Discord.
If only.
And furries.
Furries have no right.
But then guess for Tossie, he might object to that.
Yeah. He doesn't have any rights because he's a furry, so he can't object.
Exactly.
You see, it's a flawless plan.
Indeed.
Indeed.
And once we've purged those, I say we move on to Romanians.
Yes, I say so.
Yes. And after that, we take all the impure Scots.
I'm glad I'm
Just
not Romanian.
Only the ones from Aberdeen and with Norse blood in them.
Yeah, that's right.
So one of the fun articles is how the Trump supporters are curiously deferential to some symbols of democracy during Capitol riots. Yeah, it's almost as if they respect the ideal of America, but think that Joe Biden is a fucking traitor.
Mm.
But he represents America, don't you know?
Yeah, most popular president ever, don't you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, but all the people Joe Biden represents have been dead for 20 years.
Oh, I mean, he is a good president. He's so popular, he manages to get the dead to vote for him. I mean, that's power. That's charisma. He's like a warlock from D&D. All his powers are based fully on his charisma.
I wonder if Court
He is so good with his words, you know.
You know, the thing with the thing, and suddenly getting angry. I mean, nothing is more encouraging.
Come on, man!
Nothing is more encouraging than seeing your leader just freak out, bitch out, and start yelling just randomly at the podium.
I remember when I was young and I was fucking Nancy Pelosi behind the Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Oh god, poor T-Rex.
Indeed.
No creature should have.
That is actually why the dinosaurs died out.
Oh man, I feel sorry for the T-Rexes.
So, some dipshit from the Washington Post said, so there's an image that many people have remarked upon of these people storming the Capitol yet walking through the velvet ropes in the statuary hall, and we're all trying to make sense of that. It really does come down to, I think, a distinction between attacking the building as a symbol and attacking the building as a functional building. The damage to the irreplaceable items in the Capitol building was rather small, with the majority of damage done to windows and doors, he said. He added, some of the art was damaged, but mainly by chemicals from fire hydrants and toxic sprays used for around control. So the cops did it.
Always. I mean, they would never do anything wrong. They're the nice people.
Indeed. And then, of course, Mr. Benjamin himself had a meme. Trim, for fuck's sake. Can you stop
What?
sharing Nintendo music with the rest of us? You know how copyright slap happy they are.
Yeah, that is true.
It shouldn't be that clear. God damn it.
Well, it's fairly clear.
Ah, shit. All right. 2 seconds. Where's the remote? There it is. What about now? Tell me if you hear a lot of Nintendo sounds.
It's better now, and I don't think your mic's
Seems
picking
alright.
it up as much. Thank you, Trim. So,
You're welcome.
the meme from Mr. Benjamin. Let me get this straight. You think January 6th was funny? I do, and I'm tired of pretending it wasn't.
It was pretty funny.
It was.
I think
Still
it
one
was
of my favorite
fucking
tweets.
hilarious.
The only thing that made that was better than January the 6th was basically when I got a pay rise. Did he say the cheek of it, by the way?
What'd you say?
Okay.
The cheek of it.
The cheek of it.
Okay, so next story. What kind of racist sees goblins and thinks of Jews?
Not
Everyone.
me.
How about John
I did-
Stewart?
It's all like a repeat of the orcs are black people thing.
Literally.
Yeah.
I'm going to grab a drink real quick, guys. I'll be back in a sec.
Thank you, extra credits.
This is why you should always do the podcast from a bar, so you don't have to wander off and get drinks occasionally.
That'd be
Yeah.
nice.
I myself am enjoying a lovely IPA and the H-Up Min Bag 56. Yeah.
Mm. IPAs are good. It's like a month left, and the lager me and a friend of mine made is gonna be done.
Nice.
It's a mid-dark lager too. It's gonna be really strong though. We kind of screwed up the sugar and the honey amounts, but we shall learn later.
I think I was onto something, but I reckon what I need is, instead of a bar specifically, is a super fancy recording studio with a bar attached inside the massive mansion complex, and then several scantily clad sexy women to bring the drinks to me. Enough of this getting up shit.
Ooh, can I join?
Well, you'll be required to work from the office.
I'll make the art. Promotional videos.
We'll show the Lotus Eaters how it's meant to be done.
Hell yeah.
So something I was actually thinking about with this whole stupid mess about, what if the goblins are the Jews is... what if they fucking are? Like, it's just making a mick of a stereotype for lols. You know? Like the thing that was in all the mainstream movies 40 years ago?
Yeah, and you kind of have stereotypes now as well, only it's, kind of boring stereotypes.
I mean, like, I could see maybe when she was first doing the drafts in the 80s or something, J.K. Rowling thinking to herself, what if I just super exaggerate these stereotypes and have a little bit of a sneaky laugh to myself? So fucking
And
what?
then she started catering to leftists.
Exactly. That was the problem. She started catering to losers.
Yes, that was her first mistake.
Okay, seriously, what the fuck is wrong with the Daily Mail? Like, the related stories. Whore with regret, whore with regret, fat whore, turned into plastic whore, Ghislaine Maxwell, so another whore, Beyonce, so another whore, Kate Middleton, who fucking cares? There is now a cat trying to steal my food. Some stupid skank. And just
Like her
more
other kinds?
whores. Just, like, the entire related news section is just whores who are telling us either how good they are and how much money they're making, or how they regret being whores.
So you kind of say it's 4 doors, more whores? Wait, there's no 4 doors there. Never mind. I tried to be funny, but I failed. So many other times.
Something like that, I believe. Buzz Van Diepen says, wouldn't you rather have a well-dressed waiter to bring you the drink? He won't mess up your drink. Fair point. But there still needs to be the scantily clad sexy women, I don't know, dancing behind soundproof glass or something.
Agreed.
Like, what's the point in having money if you can't do shit like that?
Amen. Or a woman, I'm sorry. I can't believe someone actually made that fucking thing. A man and a woman.
Okay, so we actually
That
do
was
have...
Nancy, wasn't it? A men and a women? That was Nancy.
I think she just
No, that
jumped
was
on the
another-
bandwagon. Some other idiot coined it.
Oh, no, I bet she didn't coin it, but it was Nancy that used it most popularly.
Great.
Yep.
But then again, Nancy is known to be the great panderer.
That is true.
So let's have a look at the actual pictures that start the round. So here we have what is quite clearly a goblin.
Yep.
Probably Harry, and I think it's Hagrid.
Before he turns tranny, I suppose. Or really, you can't tell anymore.
You'll never know. And then we have what is quite clearly a human. With round ears. So, pointy nose, pointy ears, bald, goblin-y. Compared to very clearly a fat human. Like, seriously, if you removed the Star of David, swapped out the crown for a bad toupee, and dialed the nose back a bit, you'd have what a leftist would draw Trump to look like.
Basically.
Shit, I should Photoshop that up later.
Yuden. Let's see.
And yes, then of course there's the idiots over at Extra Credits wanking off about how orcs are apparently black people. Despite the fact that I'm pretty sure orcs are based on assorted gribblies and grobblies from the dark ages of English and Norse history.
If I remember, I think it's the German tribes, or I don't remember the name of the tribes in Germany, ancient Germany. You know, the crazies that didn't wear any armor. They drank from the skulls of their enemies.
I don't know what they're called, but they sound pretty base.
Yep. Oh no.
So let's see if we can find out what the origins of orcs actually are. And hopefully we get something that isn't woke nonsense.
That'd be nice.
Cat! Get out of it! Ah, he's a cheeky little bastard sometimes.
Kitty cat says meow.
Oh, there we go.
Shit.
So it's as old as the 10th century English, at least. So before the people in England were even aware that black people existed.
But weren't black people the first true inhabitants of practically every country in the world?
Yeah, don't you know?
So there's
England is a black country, my friend.
So orc is just a synonym for king.
Yeah.
So the Latin word orcus, so it's Latin, turned into orc, which means goblin, spectre, or hell devil, in the 10th century Old English Cleopatra glossaries, about which Thomas Wright wrote, Orcus was the name for Pluto, god of the infernal regions. So, in rather than being based on black people, they're actually based on over 3,000-year-old religion. It's bullshit. Mythos says that orcs are believed to, or at least the modern orc is believed to have been at least partially inspired by the dark elves of Norse mythology.
They're also based off on the industrial and darker nature of man.
They seem to be a combination of several different traditions.
Yeah. Bear in mind that white people in Britain once thought a monkey was a French person.
I think that's offensive to the monkey.
That is correct.
No, but that tells you what we knew of black people at the time, and that wasn't even that long ago.
But I still want someone to explain the difference to me between a monkey and a Frenchman.
No, but they might have cheese to eat, I would have thought. But my point is, they didn't jump to black person; they jumped to French person.
Must have been by smell.
Yeah.
They never shower, the French.
Okay.
The monkey had an interest in garlic.
Here we go. I should probably actually drag this over so everyone can see what I'm actually looking at. That would be helpful and professional. So,
That'd be nice.
in the early modern period, a monster called Orcus is mentioned in Edmund Spenser's 1590 Fairy Queen. The Oxford English Dictionary records an early modern period orc, O-R-K-E, meaning ogre, in Samuel Holland's 1656 fairy tale, Don Zara del Fuego, a pastiche of Spanish romances such as Don Quixote. So yeah, it seems to be inspired by a combination of Norse, Central European, and Southern European mythologies. Not, in fact,
Nice.
black people.
But how?
And Mythos actually points out as well that in The Lord of the Rings, the orcs were actually created.
Yeah. Corrupted from elves.
Yes. Which,
The Eldari, a word which the Games Workshop shamelessly stole.
Bas Van Diepen says, were Tolkien's orcs an allegory for the evil side of humanity? Possibly. I mean, it was basically what happened to elves if they were evil, isn't it?
Games Workshop would never steal anything and then shamelessly sue people for using it.
No, never.
No.
No.
What makes you think that?
I don't. I said they would never do that.
Yeah. What made
Yeah,
you
what makes
imagine that?
Bas Van Diepen says, with that many rain clouds in England, how can they tell the difference between black and white people? well, it reminds me of the completely un-PC and utterly hilarious joke. What do you say if you see your TV floating away in the middle of the night? Drop it! Game of words.
Or you say, wait, that's not mine, I left mine at home.
No, of course not. Look at that, says it's in the smile.
I've never seen an image of a orc eating a watermelon.
And if one exists, it was drawn by a leftist.
Most likely.
But it says a lot about the leftist when you go, okay, this fantasy creature is evil, savage, brutish, and dumb. And the leftist goes, black person. No, leftist, calm down. It could also be a Scot.
Evil Scotsman.
Indeed.
Yeah, because we all know that green is just another shade of black.
So Tolkien apparently himself wrote that his orcs were influenced by the goblins in George MacDonald's 1872, The Princess and the Goblin.
Were those based on Jews?
I'm going to guess no.
Well, at some point they must have been based on Jews, because when I look at them, all I can see is Jews.
Yes.
Despite
the fact that goblins have existed longer than Judaism.
How many pyramids of goblins made?
They don't make pyramids, they make totems, don't you know?
No, you see, orc kind built those.
Well, remember,
They was kings and shit.
Now remember, modern historical revision actually tells us that the pyramids were built by skilled craftsmen in the dry season.
Mm-hmm.
To give the plebs something to do when they weren't off farming.
Not by slaves.
Apparently so. I imagine slaves might have been used in some way, but the actual
That's it.
technical work was apparently done by craftsmen, or at least the farmers when they weren't busy, and apparently they were paid.
Oh, that's very inconvenient.
So let's see. The English goblin is first recorded in the 14th century. So I suppose it's late enough in history to be talking about Jews.
So what you're telling me is orcs built them and they were paid by goblins.
Yes.
And,
Yes.
Okay.
It is so obvious, dude. Like, how could you not see
And then the men of the realm came in and went, fuck you all, and took over.
Mine now?
Which basically means that Saruman was Jesus.
Yeah.
Based.
Quite Jesus. No. Jesus of many colors.
Yes. To be fair, this is actually about as logically consistent as the left's argument that orcs are black anyway.
Yeah. Indulge in leftist thinking.
And when so you tell me Saruman controlled orcs through the use of fentanyl?
Oh shit.
Oh no. I like where this is going.
Yes. And Gandalf racially transitioned to become Gandalf the White, because becoming
Yeah,
white was the
Gandalf
only way he could become powerful.
It
Student,
is so obvious.
Student History asks, are we talking about the goblins running the local synagogue? No, we're talking about the goblins running the local pyramid.
I think we're talking about the goblins running the world, aren't we?
No.
Well, that's their hobby.
The orcs built the pyramids, and the goblins paid them, and then the men were in charge. Then the men took over and stole all the goblins' money.
And the goblins started a media company.
And they called it CNN.
The gobblers. The goblins. You gotta be careful.
The good part is, Student of History's immediate follow-up comment to what that one was, just got here, little lost. Oh yeah, this makes no sense, and it's not going to start making sense anytime soon.
If you're
No.
sense, you're in the wrong area.
Yes. And of course, there are many types of goblins. So you have
Sweat goblins.
well, we'll see. You have red caps, which is a type of goblin who dyes its hat in human blood.
Ah.
Then you have hobgoblins, who are friendly trickster goblins in English, Scottish, and Pilgrim folklore and literature.
Total not backstabbing little shits, I assure you.
Yep, and then there's the Earl King. I don't know why that's related to goblins, because the Earl King is an elf.
Well, it could be because of Dresdenfels, because there is kind of the King of the Goblins. Really good show. Do recommend it. No, I mean, do read the book. The book is really good. The show is shit.
Indeed. Student of History says, I don't know, I'm hearing that the armies of the evil lord run on bud, fentanyl, and fried chicken, so I mean... No, that's racist. they don't run on fentanyl, they're rewarded with it. There's a difference.
Yeah.
Because they was kangs and shit.
I just have visions of orcs picking cotton.
When I was a little
Oh,
bitty
God.
baby, my mama would rock me in the cradle.
How the fuck do you know that? I didn't know that I didn't know that CCR had made it over to that side of the world.
An old song, I listened to it when I was a kid.
Fair enough. Okay. Yes, then we have old Puck, also known as Robin Goodfellow. Who's apparently somehow related to this mess. Student History asks, are we talking puny Tolkien orcs or Warhammer beasts? Yes.
Both.
David Taylor is freaking out, going, oh god, we aren't getting into anime territory again, are we?
No.
Never.
No.
Not those goblins.
Trim. 2 words. Goblin Slayer.
Yep. I know. I've seen it.
You poor bastard.
Terrible. But also then you have that time he got reincarnated as a something, and they're completely different.
And we'll move rapidly away from those, because not only are they animu, they're shit.
Yeah, I know. It's beautiful because it is.
I'm doing a video comment about anime for Monday.
Oh no!
Of course.
Please don't.
I mean, at least you are gonna make it entertaining, though.
Well,
It's the usual spurgeon.
Okay, so let me try and get this straight. The orcs built the pyramids, and they were professionals who were paid by the goblins, who had taken over Egypt and turned the orcs into slaves. Is that right?
Yeah, seems like it.
Mythos says, hashtag not all isekai. This is true, but like 90% of it is shit.
Dawn of the Evil is the only good one.
For example, ReZero. That's trash. But anyway, moving on away from that. One of these days we will have a pre-warned with trigger warnings discussion about animus, but fuck that shit.
Oh, God.
Yep.
But
I'm okay with this.
we will, but yes, we will have trigger warnings and everything because people aren't interested.
Gee, I wonder why.
Poor Michael. When one person mentions anime and it's all I get in the video comments for weeks. Every goddamn time. Poor
Sorry,
man.
dude. I mean, didn't they say that the anime questions were the reason why Carl never sat by the table?
That was the joke. If you want Carl to be on more often, stop saying any questions about anime.
based.
I mean, understandable.
I have a theory that he's getting, he got shafted from his own job. He just sits in a corner now, not allowed to touch anything.
Oh, holy crap. The article that... Oh, shit, what's the name of that shitty YouTube channel called, Trim?
Which one?
Oh,
The one that...
Credits?
Yeah, that one. The article that they base their stupidity on. Apparently, diminutive Chinese men with knives, revolvers, and flaming torches are also goblins.
Oh.
Yeah. Can I make a quick intermission? Since we've just talked about Lord of the Rings and stuff, for anyone who's interested, Uzulu's Cabal Discord server is having a Lord of the Rings Cabal marathon. They're watching the whole thing.
I like
The
Lord of the Rings.
whole thing. The longest
We did
versions, movies back to back.
Would like to point out that we did this a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, we did.
But how intentional was it?
Like everything on our channel, completely unintentional and yet funny as fuck.
I'm just saying, if any of you are interested, I can drop the link in YouTube
Go
chat.
ahead.
Oh, here we
Give me
go.
a moment.
The other stereotype that they're wanking on themselves off about is the Hun. And their complaint is, in a propaganda poster, it shows a German soldier with a spiked helmet and bloody fingers and a bayonet. So, factually accurate?
Sorry, guys. 1 second. People I actually like have turned up, so I'm going.
All right.
Nice. At least he met people he like. There's few of those in Scotland.
It's even in Scotland?
I don't know.
Yeah, I
England.
think
Oh,
he is in
London. That is
Scotland.
even rarer.
Michael Manning says, I can confirm that Carl's desk is in the corner. Does he get a pointy conical hat as well?
Dunce cap.
Yes.
Or does he have a red cap now? He's dyed it with so much lefty blood. Tears, of course. They cry tears.
Okay, come on. What was the other thing? Oh, yes, student history. The sad fact of the matter is, if you said a large hulking mass of a human being, if I were going to guess which people you're talking about, I'd assume it's the Scandinavians.
Yeah. We get green if we're having too much closeness to Swedes. To Germany and all that.
Yes. Let's see. Buzz Van Dippen says, trigger warnings don't work. They might even make the triggering worse. We know that's the point of the joke.
That's why I love trigger warnings.
Yes, it's hilarious. Though I still think we should bring back asylums. Some people just shouldn't be allowed out in public for their own benefit.
Or our benefit.
That too. Well, the left likes talk has been flating themselves about the public good for the last 2 years.
Yeah, time for them to lock themselves away for the public good of others.
Yep. Michael Manning says, the cap only comes out ceremonially.
I only come in here when I have like a topic that I know my shit on and I can actually discuss.
If knowing about the shit we were talking about was required, Trim and I wouldn't be here.
It's true.
So they then go on to talk about scientific racism, which basically they're just whining about science in the 17th century. Sorry, 18th century.
Right.
Warrior races. There literally are warrior races, you half-wit. For half of history, they were white people. As well. But yes, their complaint is that in 1832, a military science manual has a chapter about how military genius and certain races are warlike. Tell me more about how, I don't know, the Scandinavians in roughly the 12th century weren't a warrior race.
Well, you see, it's okay to call them a warrior race because they are white.
Yes.
And all white people know is colonize and murder and kill. So it's okay to call
And
them a
cruelty
warrior
and
race.
evil, don't you know?
Yes.
Yeah. Right, so now the idiots are going to complain about how it's not cool to be from a warrior race. Their first complaint is that there's no warrior gene. That's not what warrior
Warrior gene.
Yes.
The genes of a warrior, because you have the pants.
Yes. But warrior race. No, I don't think anyone claims that warrior races are about the genetics. It's about culture. For example, Spartans. Are you going to tell me that the Spartans weren't a warrior race?
I mean, what about Vikings? Are pretty warrior.
Well, it wasn't as deep into the culture for the Norsemen.
They just wanted to just get their days going,
Yeah, that's true. But there were all there were also Norse farmers who never did any raiding. But in Sparta, there was no man that never did any war. Because it was a culture. When people talk about a warrior race, they're not talking about genetics. But I will point out that there is a genetic component. Because if you have a massive fucking war and kill off half the male population every 20 years, guess what? The weak ones are going to fuck off and die, and the strong will breed.
Yeah. And breathe. They can breathe.
Yep. And as Robert Longshore and Student of History say, counterpoint, Gurkhas and the Maori.
Well.
They like doing what they did.
I'd like a leftist to go find a Gurkha and tell them that they're not from a warrior tribe. That'd go well for them.
Ass kicking will be done.
Well, they might find themselves shitting out their own head.
Oh, that too. It'll be funny to me.
So, the next one's particularly stupid. Sometimes you'll meet individuals who are personally excited about their culture's martial tradition. Okay, and that's nice for them. Condescending cunt. But please recognise the difference between expressing admiration for military service as a choice and internalising your coloniser's party line that fighting dutifully until you die is all you're good for. That's not what anyone's ever meant, you idiot. Also, again, reference Spartans. Harry, you are not an example of a warrior race. You are.
Oh, the day.
You are quite literally a pasty white dude from bumfuck nowhere in England after decades of peace.
You're literally the fucking virgin to the Chad meme.
But more on point, an individual is not a member of does not a warrior race make. Now, get back to us in 3 generations if all your descendants are warriors. Then you'll be a warrior race. But please just don't have children. Let's see, Robert Longshore says, through genetic selection, the larger, stronger, faster men will end up breeding more correct basic, quite literally the survival of the fittest. So yes, despite the fact that there is no warrior gene, there is quite literally genetics in warrior cultures. Like, and again, I'm going to keep banging on about Sparta. Do you know what happens to cowards in Sparta? Guys?
They
Ever?
got shot
Yeah, well,
or stabbed.
They got
Well,
shot.
shot with arrows.
Yeah, the Spartans were strong gun advocates back in the day. I remember.
I mean, if they had guns, they would be.
yes. Well, no, shooting is an honourable death for a soldier. They'd get a dishonourable one, like hanging.
Ah,
Ever heard the phrase, with your shield or on it? If you've... That
I
means...
have not, but that would make sense.
If I'm getting it roughly right, if you turned tail and fled so hard that you left your shield behind, you were a coward, and they'd kill you.
Really?
Mythos says there were no cowards in Sparta. Yes, because they killed them all. Like, but they were quite literally... While they weren't a warrior race, I'd be willing to bet that you could actually have done genetic comparisons and determined that the average Spartan was probably taller and stronger than the average, I don't know, Englishman at the time.
Seems fair to me.
Yeah, Mythos says public education sorted that. Yes. Yeah, I think that is right. If I remember rightly, that was part of the schooling. They beat the cowardice out of them. Which is effective. He also says that the saying is with her or on her, in reference to the shield. Which means returning bearing your shield or return dead upon it.
Based.
Indeed. But yeah, they were quite literally warrior cultures. Maybe not warrior races, but there is a genetic component to it. So literally survival of the fittest. And then, of course, the idiot goes on to argue about how positive stereotypes are still harmful. Oh god, here we go. Kyriarchal systems. Yeah, I'm going to disregard the entire rest of that paragraph for my own safety.
Appreciated. I just killed a giant ball of fire.
Let's see. So they wank off about orcs, and here we go. Here we go. But here's what the idiot says. Tolkien outright purpose-built his orcs to evoke and combine the most vile Asian stereotypes. No. Visual and behavioral and biological. They weren't casual or incidental. They definitely weren't accidental. Yeah, you're clearly a fucking idiot, mate. And his proof for this is that a quote from the New York Times article says the hobbits were a reflection of the English soldier, made short of small of stature to emphasize the amazing and unexpected heroism of ordinary men at a pinch.
I think there's some projection going on some places in this article. I won't point and say where I suspect this projection to be, but I do believe everything they say here is mostly based on their own views.
Yes, it's quite... and yeah, his conclusion is, but it's only fantasy. Sure, and if you call me a racial slur, it's only words. Yes, that's right. And if a racial slur hurts you that much, well, I hope you hurry up and fucking die from your wounds.
One fucking day, these guys are just gonna get so much shit on them. I can't wait for it.
They're already covered in shit from the buggery they're involved in.
Yeah, but soon they'll drown in it, and that's gonna be fun.
Was there another one that we wanted to look at in here? Oh, yeah. Yes. John Stewart reckons that Venezuela is not communism, it's a dictatorship. Okay.
Bullshit.
Did
There
you
is no difference between them.
Did you realize, John Fuckhead, that you can have a dictator and still have multiple forms of government below him? Like, fuck me dead.
It's not real communism. You see, real communism is happy with puppies and shit. Don't you see?
Yes, real communism is perfect and a utopia, therefore it's never been tried.
Yeah.
Just
we nail it on the try. If not, it's not communism. Oh, God.
Yes. Just like the Chinese Communist Party has nothing to do with China or communism. And the
Honestly, it's all just an evolution.
Yes. Baseape says, yes, a communist dictatorship, like all the others. Exactly.
Let's see. I'm sorry if it comes a lot of noise now, but I need to turn on a gas oven here.
Let's
Good
see.
thing we just finished talking about the goblins,
eh? Fuck's sake, Trim!
What?
Oh, dear. Let's see. Robert Longshore says, if words hurt you that much, get on your shield, you weakling. Based.
Damn.
Student of history says, the best way I've heard to describe these people is an orchid, special, unique, and can only survive when things are good and die in contact with difficulty. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Well, I'm like moss. I grow everywhere. I'm unkempt. I am a nuisance in every single way, and you'll never get rid of me.
Yeah. So that there are other ways that leftists are comparable to orchids. For example, they require lots and lots of work by other people.
Yeah. Entitled little shits.
Yep.
Though there's one big difference between leftists and orchids. Orchids are pretty to look at.
This is true. Orchids are also useful. Orchards, not orchids. Those are different things.
Oh.
An orchid is a type of...
orchidea.
Yeah, an orchard is where people grow trees. Specifically, I believe, fruit-bearing trees. An orchid is actually a type of flower.
Yeah, we call the flower orchidea.
Yeah. I think that's actually part of the Latin name anyway, so it sounds about right.
Yeah. We in Norway just don't give a fuck about trying to give our own twist on it. We just say the Latin word in a Norwegian accent and just call it a day.
Yeah, indeed. Let's see. What else we got? Prime Knight says all communist society ends up being dictatorships. Based.
Where's your proof? There's no proof.
The last 300 years is a pretty good indication.
Okay, but what if we don't look at that? What about the last 1,000 years, huh?
Yeah. Buzz Van Deepen says, and the Democrats are all about democracy, or is that the wrong example? No, that's exactly the right example. Or rather, yeah. Or rather, I think it's the inverse example. The Democrats claim to be about democracy, but aren't in fact. But however, the leftists look at China and says that despite the fact that they claim to be communists, they aren't. It's fucking ludicrous.
Disgusting creatures.
Indeed.
They are disgusting creatures, and I don't want them here. If I'm going to use the leftist way of speaking.
Robert Longshore says, leftists are just like orchards. They demand other people's labour and don't want to pay for it. Well, not...
You already read it.
Yeah. Well, actually, did I? Either way. I think we just said something similar beforehand. No, the difference between a leftist and an orchard is occasionally you get something useful out of an orchard.
Yeah. And also pretty to look at. At least that there. So there's some leftists that are kind of pretty, but then they start going into metamorphosis and just fucking fuck over.
Yeah.
Sasquatch is the perfect example.
Yes. Oh, righty. What else have we got? Ah, yes, we have the videos that Cap gave us of the mysterious events in China. Where did this allegedly happen, Cap? Qinghai province, apparently.
Northeast China, if I remember correctly.
Northwest, Twitter tells me.
Oh, all right. Yeah.
Northeast, northwest in western Taiwan. Got it.
Yes,
Yeah.
Northwest, West Taiwan. Oh, God. Harry's ring, because Mythos said that Harry is not even comparable to one Spartan.
Well, that is true, though, Harry.
So he says to Mythos, compare me to one leftist, compare one Spartan to one normal Greek. Was making a joke, but one is better than the other, not from birth, but work. Don't make me compare you to a leftist, Harry. It will not end well for you.
I mean, I think that Harry could take on a leftist in a fist fight, but I don't think, whoever would win, it would just be a coin toss.
Student of History says the commie attempt in Iran ended with the commies killed and buried with just their head in the dirt. Based.
I love it.
Pride Knight says, seen videos that can't be confirmed, but showing Kazakhstan army joining the protesters. Mega based.
Neat. We need more like that.
So it looks like the tweet I'm looking at the moment is one of the ones showing the earthquake, and then we'll have a look at the other one afterwards. Ah, fuck, music!
Well, this thing reminds me of the section of the of World War C. Before a civil war in China, in that book, there is this, the Three Gorges Dam. It collapses, and the Chinese government is like, "Oh, we did everything to stop it from falling apart," while there was actually no one there to stop it, causing millions of people to die.
Yeah.
Of course, in China. And, they just keep doing this by just lying. The day the Chinese government, the day the Western Taiwanese CCP just tells the truth, I'll eat my own hat. When they tell the truth without any sort of idea of getting any gain for it.
Holy fuck! That is a massive explosion.
Yeah, no, it's huge.
Holy fuck!
And you can see, if you look at the video, you have rockets following that explosion.
Let's see if we can make it out in all 3 pixels.
Yeah, maximize the video.
Fuck me! There is
Boom,
what looks suspiciously like a rocket.
Yeah.
You can actually see the contrails and everything.
Holy shit! The hell are West Taiwan doing now?
I have no clue.
Let's see. Student of History asks, what is this? An earthquake in China, apparently.
Yeah, but it seems that it wasn't just an earthquake.
Indeed.
It was also an explosion of force of unknown nature.
With things that look suspiciously like rockets taking off afterwards.
They might be fairies, though.
Clearly. They're clearly fairies. Or furries, one of the
Western
two.
Taiwanese never lie. Sorry.
China's being invaded by furries. Robert Longstraw says alien attack. And Bay State says even the aliens are sick of China's bullshit.
Based.
The rumors I've seen online is apparently they had like a missile explosion. I suppose one of their own missiles just accidentally detonated, and
I like how the Chinese
since
just
it
have
would be stored
accidents like that.
underground, it would make sense why it caused such a big earthquake.
Well, another possibility is that China being China, they have shit fucking storage habits. So when a regular earthquake went off, oops, one of our ammunition dumps has gone up in a blaze of fucking glory.
No, I think it was like a failed launch, because it would make sense why you'd see the other rocket go off. They would have tried to test a couple missiles, and one accidentally blew up while the other managed to get out.
Maybe.
I mean, we're talking about the
for a
country
6.9
now that,
magnitude quake, that's a pretty fucking big missile.
Yeah.
and we're talking about the country now that uses styrofoam in their highways.
Yeah. Let's see. Prime Knight says West Taiwan is the greatest threat to global stability, so neutering them seems reasonable for aliens. Well, depends on the aliens' outcome, on their goal. And then Student of History says China being invaded by furries. Quick, we must assist. Better the devil you know.
True. Oh no.
Okay. So, next thing we've got is to have a look at the world's #1 anti-vaxxer who is a threat to an entire nation.
Really?
Indeed.
Me?
No. Unless you're the world's #1 tennis player.
No.
Have you recently been
right.
Have
This
you
is the
recently?
Australian
Yes. Have you recently been arrested by Border Patrol and deported from Australia for the crime of being unvaccinated?
Nope. Can't say I have.
Well,
Would be fun if I did.
you can't be in the top 2 threats to Australia then.
Fear me. Fear me.
So, have you ever heard of Novak Djokovic?
I think I read about the guy.
I've
Yes.
not heard of him before this event.
Unsurprising. Well, his new name is Novak Djokovic. So you may have heard of So you may have heard of the Australian Open. It's one of the largest tennis tournaments. Well, it takes place in the dystopian hellhole known as Victoria.
Oof.
And one of the things that their illustrious fascist dictator decided to do was require that all the tennis players needed to be vaccinated in order to play. But, so, of course, Novak Djokovic went, well, fuck you. I ain't doing it. I'm not getting vaxxed, and even if I am vaxxed, I'm not telling you about it. Suck my dick.
I'm liking this guy more and more now.
Yep. So, we have this article from the New York Post. Novak Djokovic has visa cancelled, denied entry to country ahead of Australian Open. Novak Djokovic may be ordered to leave Australia a day after his arrival for the Australian Open. Border officials detained the top-ranked men's player at Melbourne Airport for 8 hours Wednesday. The star tennis player, who has repeatedly declined to disclose his vaccine status, received a medical exemption from the tournament to compete. That's right, he received a medical exemption.
Huh.
But that wasn't good enough for you.
No.
For the Australians.
It turns out that the federal government decided that that exemption wasn't good enough, fuck you.
That's kind of racist or
Exemption is
bigotry
not
or...
enough. You need the vaccine.
So, Mr. Djokovic has been cancelled, Australian fuckwit, Scott Morrison tweeted Wednesday. Rules are rules, especially when it comes to our borders. That's new. No one is above these rules. No one is above these rules except politicians, the rich, and participants on Celebrity Big Brother. That's right. The participants on Celebrity Big Brother got to skip hotel quarantine and got their visas approved.
Yeah, but they're the special people.
Yes.
Emphasis on special.
No one. So, he says, our strong border policy has been critical to Australia having one of the lowest death rates in the world from COVID. That's a blatant fucking lie. We're continuing to be vigilant. This idiot couldn't find his own ass with both hands on a map.
Even if it itched.
So, per Australian media, Djokovic's team applied for a visa that does not apply to those who have received medical exemptions for the COVID-19 vaccine. Because apparently there's a special visa for the vaccinated and another visa for the unclean Untermensch.
Visa for the wise.
Yes. So rather than, I don't know, coming up with a solution that allows the best tennis player in the world to participate, they decide to imprison him.
That is logical, don't you know?
Yep. So the Age reported officials deemed the defending Australian Open champion had he's the defending champion had failed to demonstrate sufficient evidence he qualified for the vaccine exemption. The BBC added that Australia plans to deport the tennis star. So, criminal economic migrant scum don't get deported. Pedophiles don't get deported. Terrorists don't get reported. But someone who would bring millions of dollars to the country? Yeah, fuck you, fuck off.
Yeah, of course.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Non-citizens who do not hold a valid visa on entry or who have had their visa cancelled will be detained and removed from Australia. Because they But it actually gets stranger. Turns out that other tennis players had arrived in Australia before this on the exact same fucking visa. With the exact same exemption. But it turns out that Novak, or Novaks, as we now call him, was the one who was very open about how it's none of the Australians' business and the Australian government's business and they should fuck off. So he was targeted for political reasons, and then when they realised, oh shit, we've been rumbled. Let me see if I can find the article. Just trying to see if I can find the second one. Just trying to see if I can find the name of the other tennis player who was thrown out.
So Australia has a problem with tennis now?
No, Australia has a problem with people who don't believe the right politics. Let's see. So, after actually smart people did some research and turned out that Border Force were fuckwits, and a previous tennis player had entered with the same visa for the same reason, oops, we decided to cancel their visa as well. Renata Vorakova from the Czech Republic, detained by Border Force officials. So, she's one of among 3 people connected to the Australian Open who have had their visas cancelled. So she's already played a warm-up tournament in Melbourne, is being detained in the same immigration hotel, so the same concentration hotel. She was detained by Australian Border Force officials yesterday and taken to the Park Hotel in Carlton. Djokovic was detained after his arrival late on Wednesday night. So,
Detained.
yes. Detained without warrant because they've decided unilaterally to cancel the visa they gave her over politics. Because they know that if they let her stay, Djokovic's case is going to get them their asses handed to them in court. But now they're going, oh, we didn't know. We've looked closer. We promise we're not corrupt scum.
A little bit late to try and convince us of that.
A few decades late. So, Vorokova is believed to have entered Australia last month with a vaccine exemption granted by Tennis Australia because she had recently contracted and recovered from COVID-19. So, over 2 players not having the right paperwork, the Australian government has created an international incident with at least 2 countries. So yeah, massive fucking international fiasco. And all they needed to do was not be cunts. So they're going to...
that would be the easy thing to do, but, easy is evil.
Yep. So let's see. Student of History says, the number 1 threat to Australia and its stability is rapidly becoming the Australian government's policies. Always has been, mate. Baystate says, is that who this guy is? I keep seeing all kinds of smear pieces about him popping up in my newsfeed. Yes, because every main part of the corporate media is screaming, anti-vaxxer, kill him.
Slaughter the one who denies the holy vaccine and Fauci.
Basically.
What is Australia's opinion of Fauci? Is it get on their knees and suck his dick?
Basically. No. Fauci has... The High God Fauci has sent his prophets, the chief health officers of the states, to dispense his wisdom to the unwashed masses. Like, fucking me dead. At this point, you really could write a fake religion about Fauci.
That'd be fucking cool to see, actually. Just to have it. And then we can just make fun of everyone who has a fetish for it.
Yep. It's absolutely fucking obscene. Let me see if I can find the other interesting article. Yes. Where is it? Because, yes, despite the fact that what they are doing to him is clearly illegal and purely partisan political, they're whining about the so-called refugees in the hotel. So, people who entered the country illegally, knowing that they were not allowed to do so, have been detained in the same facility, and retards have been screeching, let the refugees go, let the refugees go. Again, there is no war in New Zealand. You cannot be a refugee because Australia is the nearest country to fucking nowhere.
Wait, but I thought the orcs were fighting the Alliance of Middle Earth in New Zealand.
No. We established this earlier. The orcs were in Egypt building the pyramids and they were paid by the goblins. They were paid shekels by the goblins.
Okay.
And then
It's easy to make a mistake, though.
And yeah. So yes. Let me see if I can find it where they're ringing about the fucking god-pissing so-called refugees. Just trying to find it.
Yeah, I'm a bit late because, oh man, I just got so fucked up a couple days ago. I needed to get so drunk to like keep down the sheer horror of that day 1 year ago. It makes
Oh,
my
God.
pee hurt.
I feel sorry for you, man. We're here for you.
It's the new 9/11, guys. The new 9/11, and I swear I will tell my grandchildren about the horrors of January 6th.
Yeah. When Biden's iron lock was solidified. I mean, when Trump instigated that horrible, evil invasion or whatever.
What a fucking pathetic insurrection force, right? Like, they're in fucking America and they're like, they're supposedly gonna overthrow the government. None of them have a fucking gun? Like, what?
What kind of shitty Americans are this?
Yeah.
So, despite the fact that Novak Djokovic actually has some value to the world, not least in the money that his presence brings, your typical leftist fuckwits like this dipshit from The Intercept, refugees detained with Novak Djokovic in Australia suddenly have world's attention. Yes, that's right. They're not complaining about Novak Djokovic being detained purely on political grounds. No. They're claiming about... let's see. So, news reports showing Djokovic's fans and local anti-vaxxers... Fuck, no, not anti-vaxxers, you dipshits. Rallying in support outside the Park Hotel, a makeshift detention centre, have included images of protesters decrying the suffering of the dozens of refugees who are also there. Some of those people have been in Australian detention facilities for close to 9 years, just for arriving in the country by boat seeking asylum. Right, so, let me get this right. The tennis player, who has a passport and a name and thought he had a real fucking visa, is somehow comparable to criminal scum fucking losers who enter the country knowingly illegally.
Of course.
Of course! Okay, right. Bacon grease break.
I mean, but the good thing they didn't have the AK-15. I mean, at least they did do that.
Where's the plane? Where's the plane? Who made the decision that there wasn't going to be a plane? Is there a plane? Is there a crew? You've all seen that video, right?
I haven't seen it.
The legendary video from like 2016 where Cenk is in like an airport and the plane got delayed because of a technical problem and he's just fucking screaming at the people over the counter, "Where's the plane? Is there a plane? Whose fault is this?" And then the plane finally gets there. It's like, "Okay, guys, the plane's finally there. Oh, I'm in line for it." Then in the next thing that he's like, "Hey guys, huge shock, but they just kicked me off the plane."
Oh, wow.
And he uploaded this himself, thinking it made him look good.
Well, it doesn't?
No.
That's a bit
iFraudius has come up with a name for our new religion: the General Association of Branch Covidian Seventh-Day Faucists.
What are Umbert Echo's 12 points of Faucism?
Oh.
Oh god. Right, so let's see.
I'm
Student
gonna
of
make
history.
a meme with that.
So student of
Somebody
history.
remind me. I'm gonna make a meme of that.
So student of history says, dude, Australia got problems in general, considering some guy self-immolated the other day. Yes. Do you know why he self-immolated? Because he lives in Victoria, where people are being treated like, oh, I don't know, 1950s ever Soviet serfs. Australian man self-immolates after ranting against coof vaccines. An Australian man was critically injured after he doused himself in gasoline and lit himself on fire in public on New Year's Day. So, the man poured gasoline on himself in his vehicle while shouting expletives regarding the state of Victoria's new COVID-19 vaccine mandate. I can take a guess. Fuck Dan Andrews. He's a piece of shit. He's a fraud. He's a criminal, and he deserves everything that comes to traitors.
Sounds good to me.
He was apparently screaming "No Vax ID" and throwing books. Yeah, I sympathise with everything that was going on with that man. And yes, student of history is pointing out that a process of self-immolating is what kicked off the Arab Spring. The difference there, student, is the Arabs still have some hint of self-respect, regardless of whether they deserve it or not.
Oh boy.
Right, so I have one more section, and this one is the Cooper's Premier is a piece of shit, and the Liberal Party can suck a dick segment. So, some of you probably had to suffer through that utterly insufferable, self-flagellating, dick-sucking piece of shit that was Cooper's last gold tier video comment.
Or did he do another fucking advertisement?
No,
He
worse.
always does.
He sat there wanking himself senseless over how his state's great and the Liberal Party are fantastic. That's like sitting there and saying that the fucking Labour are better than the SNP.
Is there a difference?
No,
Not really.
that's the point.
One hates the union, and the wait.
Do you see my problem?
That wasn't even that actually wasn't even meant as a joke. I just realized mid sentence that there wasn't a difference. Like that was 100% authentic.
Oh, that was beautiful.
So yes, those of you who suffered through it probably saw him going on about how I'm in New South Wales and we don't have any masks. Oh, look at New Year's Day, no one's wearing masks. Listen, you fucking spastic. Just because the populace don't give a shit doesn't mean that your communist dictators aren't scum.
All communist dictators are scum.
That's my point. Because we've got two parties in Australia. We have the Labor Party and the Liberal Party. And Cooper is going, oh, Labor's the one that's bringing in all the fascist restrictions. But my super sexy Liberal Party with my super sexy new Premier who can't do anything wrong. And God bless the Prime Minister Scott Morrison because he's from the Liberal Party. No. The Liberal Party...
I didn't hear that much dick sucking though, I'm gonna be honest.
It was implied.
He did seem a bit too.
It was implied.
Well, it was a bit cringe listening to him, but I don't think it went that far. He wasn't. He was bending over for a kangaroo, not the.
The difference is actually knowing the political landscape. To an Australian, it's just fucking disgusting. So let's get a few things right. Labour and Liberal are two sides of the same shit-coated fake coin. They're both scum-sucking bastards who hate Australia and would kill us all for their own pockets. Scott Morrison is the dumbest sack of shit in the last 30 years. And the Liberal Party are just cunts in general, and your Prime Minister is a cuck. No, well, yes, the Prime Minister is too, but I meant the Premier. This Premier is a cuck who's bending over for the fucking screaming retards who are demanding more restrictions.
Even in Norway, we're starting to have fucking bullshit restrictions now.
Yeah, so let me tell you about some of the restrictions. So,
Go on.
in New South Wales, all people over the age of 12 must wear a face mask. In indoor areas of common property of apartment buildings, that's right. In your own apartment building, you must wear masks. You must wear masks at a public transport waiting area, or on public transport, if you're working in a hospitality venue, and on an aircraft when the aircraft is flying above New South Wales.
I mean, that's so, like, the point I'm at with Omicron is that there's just, like, there's not an argument for this anymore. Like, you could say that there never was a fully convincing argument against, like, other variables like human freedom and dignity, right? But at this point, there's not an argument to be made for the efficacy. What is this going to accomplish? Omicron is, like, barely fucking killing anyone, and it's spreading like wildfire to the extent that forcing people to get vaccinated or wear masks is not going to stop everyone from getting fucking Omicron. Like, so it's just dumb. It's like,
yeah, I know.
There's definitely no point now.
Well, I mean,
and the whole fucking.
We already established that all these measures were useless against Delta. So, what the fuck makes them think that they'll be effective against the less deadly, more transmissible Omicron?
God knows. Literally, God knows.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
I'm glad you've been taking those theology lessons I recommended to you.
I mean, you gotta be a fucking god in order to understand what the hell's going on these days, because it doesn't make sense to me. Or the god. Dun, dun, dun.
So, let's see. Robert Long... So, I'm not sure if you missed it, but you must wear a mask on an aircraft while the aircraft is flying above New South Wales. So it doesn't have to land in the state. If it's just travelling over it from one side to the other, still have to wear a mask by state law.
Okay, so if I'm on an aircraft and I'm just flying over New South Wales, just over the border, I have to put on a mask for that duration, and then I can take it off?
Yes, despite the fact that you're on the same plane with the same people breathing the same recycled air, you only have to wear a mask while it's over that one state.
Ja, mein Führer.
Indeed.
Oh my god, guys. Let me post a meme that one of my friends sent me that Elon Musk posted on Twitter.
Where?
It's beautiful. Fuck, I need to scroll back to
Yeah. And while you're doing that, so, not only do you need to do that, you must also do the QR code check-in. The totally safe won't be used by the police or the government to track you for non-COVID related reasons, despite the fact that the federal government changed the definition of a close contact to mean someone in a home or home-like environment for 4 hours or more. You still need to check in at retail premises, food and drink premises, pubs, bars, etc., gyms, hospitals, places of public worship, nightclubs, casinos, strip clubs, sex on premises venues, sex services premises. That's right, Omicron is so severe that you must do a QR code check-in at the brothel, but the brothel's still open.
What the fuck?
That's right, Omicron is so dangerous that the brothels are still open.
Yeah. Okay, I sent the meme.
Is,
Elon Musk posted
your country
this
doesn't make sense. Your country does not make sense.
No. And of course, if you work in education, you must be vaccinated. If you work in aged care, you must be vaccinated. If you are an airport worker, must be vaccinated. Quarantine workers must be vaccinated. Certain types of transport workers must also be vaccinated. Because reasons.
Right. And what if you're vaccinated? Do you have to be Does the vaccine have to be vaccinated? Does your dog have to be vaccinated?
Oh, the vaccine
Your clothes?
the vaccine definitely has to be vaccinated.
Oh yeah.
Because you need that third shot to vaccinate the first 2 shots.
Yes.
Not New South Wales yet, but there are states that are moving to require the booster.
During fucking Omicron.
Yes, that's right.
Fuck?
So let's see. Some comments that I've not really read out because I've just been ranting about how Cooper needs to pull his head out of the fucking sand. Student of History says it just sounds like 2 drunken inmates fighting over whose turn on the sheep it is. No, it's always Cooper's turn on the sheep. Let's see. Billy Blogs from about 5 minutes ago asked, is New South Wales the worst part of Australia, re the Coof tyranny? Nope. That's the crazy part. It's not even close. It's like number 6.
Oh boy.
Which...
Exactly. It gets worse.
Yep. So, let's see. At number 1, you have the Northern Territory, where they are locking the unvaccinated in their homes, and they have the concentration camps where they were previously locking up Aboriginal children for being close contacts. And when they escaped from the totally voluntary quarantine facility, they sent out hundreds of police on a massive manhunt to voluntarily recapture them. Then we have Western Australia, which has vaccine mandates all over the place and assorted stupid restrictions, and the border's starting to make fucking East and West Berlin look like a fucking piss fight show. South Australia's pretty fucking insane. Queensland has gone stupid, and we're now required to wear masks everywhere. We have vaccine mandates in education, and we're about to lose between 5,000 and 20,000 teachers. Actually, Victoria's number 2. Victoria's the one where the man set himself on fire.
Wait, is Harry's girlfriend in chat?
Yes.
What?
The poor girl is in chat.
Hello.
I still doubt that they're actually,
You can do better.
Don't settle for Harry.
Oh
not
my
going to
God.
specify which we're talking to.
No.
What?
Let's see. Look at that. Says Omicron is nature's end to the BS. What's their next plan? They don't want it to end. That is why, even in Omicron, they are hell-bent on making it drag out as long as possible. Flatten the curve. Make the pandemic last longer. Not to save lives, because we've had 2 fucking years to train staff and build hospitals, but to mean we can continue our state of emergencies even longer.
Huh.
Yep, let's see. Prime Knight says as soon as the umbilical cord is cut, the baby gets a face mask and 3 shots of vaccine. If the mother had COVID, the baby will be set up for adoption at a government orphanage. The possible future. Sounds about right. Fraudius has a really tricky question for us. Who's the better looking horse? Jacinda Ardern or AOC? I wouldn't fuck either of them with someone else's dick.
They're kind of creepy, both of them.
Yes.
Unnerving.
I suppose
Hey, second, you live there. What do you think?
I suppose it comes down to which one smells better at the time.
Very true.
Okay, so it's probably the one that isn't a communist. So Jacinda Ardern then.
Oh, okay. That just makes that a lot easier.
Yeah, communists aren't known for bathing, so AOC's just out.
Oh my god.
I mean, she looks like she smells like a horse.
I think that's offensive to horses.
I'm sorry, horses.
Let's.
Upon the behalf of me, I kind of unsincerely apologize for likening you to AOC.
Let's see. Student of History says you're now entering New South Wales airspace. Please put on your mask lest you be speed deported out the door to the relevant authorities.
Just yeet it out of the fucking plane.
Yep. Boss Van Diepen
All
says
planes now traveling over. Oh, all planes traveling over New Zealand are now required to have like this drop chair. So if they don't have the mask, they're just programmed in, and the entire chair and the person is just yeeted out of the plane.
yeah, probably, but let's see. What else? Boss Van Diepen says, so they're technically making mandates for in other countries. Isn't the plane by law not in Australia till it lands? I believe so. Student of History says, tell the New South Wales Gestapo to come up here and make me. Billy Blogs asks, you have sex service premises? Yes, and they're open for business, despite the deadliest pandemic in human history.
Joy, don't you know?
Yep. So, prostitution is legal Australia-wide in all states, but it is heavily regulated, and you can either go to them or they can come to you. Both is legal. Interestingly, your corner whore is not legal. So you just look in the back of the newspaper and go, ooh, I feel like an Asian with double D's tonight. Ring the number and she comes to you. Prime Nights. There's not really a follow-up response to that, is there?
No, there isn't.
Prime Knight says it's almost like COVID is a bioterrorist attack and we need to lock down forever. Well, they're certainly treating it like that. Student of History says, are the Australian brothels worth a damn at least? I have no idea. I've never had to pay for it. Robert Longshore says...
The chat response.
Yep. Robert Longshore says someone needs to figure out how to leak the whereabouts of those politicians from the check-in system. Do you think that politicians follow the fucking rules? Get real. By State says...
A politician following rules. Wow, that's a new one.
I mean, it's literally never happened. Robert Longshore says, get the next booster, should become fully vaccinated.
Yeah, now would be a good time to pull up that Elon Musk meme.
There's an Elon Musk meme? Oh, did you?
Yeah, well, it's a meme that Elon posted on Twitter. It's, go back to after me talking about my drinking habits with Harry.
Oh,
Drinking Harry.
The why aren't they dead yet one?
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, man. Fucking perfect.
Did you post it in the same...
It's in live shows.
Nice.
Let's see. Billy Bloggs says in response to Prime Night, the original CCP virus was produced in identical fashion to the protection of a bioweapon. Exactly, that's what's illegal, and Fauci should be tried, and if found guilty, executed for crimes against humanity.
He will be interrogated, tortured. He will give up the names of his friends and allies. And then he will die.
Speaking of...
What the fuck?
Speaking of Novak Djokovic...
Orthodox Jews.
Speaking of Novak Djokovic, a competitor of ours has also done a video on it. So, for anyone who wants more information on that can go listen to... Who is it? Is it... That's like what? Josh and John? Josh and someone? Talk about it in detail. I don't know, it's J&J. Let's see, Based Ape says, holy shit, Francesca is real. Billy Blog says Francesca is just one of Harry's alt accounts. She's his left hand.
Got him left-handed.
Harry is upset that they caught him.
Well, no. Like it's you're not necessarily left-handed. I feel like it's a thing for, I think people below a certain age range, if they like grew up a certain way, then you just are adapted to the left hand because the right hand controls the mouse. I think that's how it works.
There are two
In that case,
there are two kinds of men. Those who use the mouse with the right hand, and those who use the mouse with their left hand.
Yeah, using it with the left hand would just be awkward, man.
Yeah.
Hey, you don't need much
Like
dexterity.
cross your arm over while jerking. Like that can be weird.
Well, not really. You need to swing to the side anyway, so your hand doesn't bash off the desk in the first place.
That's true.
It's practicality.
Then your head is at like or your neck is like twisted at an awkward angle, though.
You're spending far too much time thinking about the logistics of this.
Okay, yeah.
It's just funny.
Yeah, I probably spend more time thinking about logistics of this than Pete Buttigieg does thinking about logistics.
Yeah.
Pete Buttigieg is too busy.
No, we have
thinking about
supply
butts.
chain issues, but I'm on paternity leave.
Fuck.
So he's a father?
Yeah.
Oh.
Which
I
I
don't
mean,
know why
look,
that's
good for him,
surprised.
right? Like, I'm not gonna like shit on him for that, but it's like, what the fuck are you doing with the country, Democrat?
Yeah. Robert Longshaw says that's why you need the gamer chair, so you can swivel to one side or the other easily.
Oh yeah. Only $3.99.
Yeah. I'll buy that
But
for $1.
can it do this? What's that background noise?
I don't want to know.
I'm assuming a homosexual clown on a floating island that looks like it's about to become a circus. He's calling it the Fun Island.
Are you watching
no,
Jack
we had a
Murphy's
One Piece.
sex tape again?
How vibrant.
No, I don't watch that kind of stuff. I got actual class.
Oh my god. There was like a, I don't know, some kind of like snowstorm or whatever that went through like the Midwest or something. And like went through Virginia, and Tucker Carlson had a hilarious segment on it about how like officials in Virginia didn't pre-treat the roads. Why would they? After all, it has nothing to do with vaccines or equity. And you know who Democrats on Twitter decided to blame for this? They blamed Glenn Youngkin. There's only one problem, though. He hasn't taken office yet. He won't for another month. So why do they blame him? Well, we know why. Because they're misinformed.
Glorious.
It's just fucking hilarious.
Okay, no homo, but I fucking love that guy.
Yeah.
I'm starting to consider my options one day.
It's terrifying. Yeah, you gotta do the Tucker.
On totally unrelated topics, Student of History asks, why watch it when you can be in it, right, Trim? Let's see. David Taylor wants to know, what is the Aussie version of Love You Long Time?
Get fucked, you little shite.
Love you, Long Tim.
That's Canadian, isn't it?
What is this, like, frame that you paused on John's face? Like, I can't stop looking at it.
Brain?
Yeah, the pause.
I'll change it to
the
another
frame
one
you
that
paused.
looks equally creepy.
Oh yeah, the axe murder look. The future Harry look.
Oh man.
Well, I'm trying to think what would be a good meme version for the Australian version. How about $50 dues gets you all night, cunt?
$50, dude. Get yourself a tight sealer. You can get a loose one for 10.
Oh my god, yeah, why are they on a hospital bed? What the fuck?
Hospital bed?
Check live shows chat on Discord.
Okay, do I want to?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's come on, you slow ass fucking phone.
Billy blogs.
There we go. There's an excellent freeze frame as well. This time the other one looks like he's ready to stab someone.
Yeah, that's kind of fucking weird though.
What the fuck?
What else do we have? Oh yes.
I mean,
have you all seen that Tim Pool got spotted?
Yes.
No.
What?
And did
on January 6th, he got swatted. And this was after having Marjorie Taylor Greene on the previous day. The same day, Marjorie also got a huge influx of death threats. So Tim is assuming those are linked in some way.
What the actual
state, folks? It's the deep state. They're trying to get Tim Pool because he's telling the truth. He's uncovering conspiracies.
Luckily, they had someone downstairs, and it didn't get too bad. One of the guys downstairs managed to de-escalate the situation before more police got to the place and actually, came in with guns through the house.
I mean, the swatting is basically the FBI open up meme, only not funny and more like terrifying, from what I can understand.
Yes.
But also, fucking me, Tim Pool's a little bitch, though. Like, I get that he was pissed off, but he's just sitting there going, me, a cop's bad. How dare they? We would said that they need to come back with a warrant. And then the ex-cop's like, Tim, shut up, you fucking sped. Exigent circumstances. They kind of did have to make sure that no one was getting shot to death.
Yeah, no, Tim Pool kept saying, oh, but we had 4 people tell them it's alright. Yeah, but those 4 people could be, the people that carried out the violence.
Okay, the left is retarded when it comes to policing. But the right can be such bootlickers, like, where they're like, oh, the cops are good. Meanwhile, the cops are disarming the McCloskeys.
Yes.
Gee.
But in this case, everything the cops were doing was right. They didn't come in guns blazing. They knocked on the door and they're like, hey, look, some fuckwit's giving us this bullshit story. But we're going to use the exigent circumstances exception to the 4th Amendment, and we're just going to have a quick look around to make sure there's nobody lying dead in a pool of blood. And then Tim's like, warrant.
I don't know if there's like a different culture in America, but I really don't see what Tim is so angry about. They were just making sure, no one's dead in the house.
I think he was taking his anger. He was misdirecting his anger, because
probably.
I think he's not a smart man, and I think just the stress of it, the understandable stress of it, just got him completely off track, and he was completely out of it. Like if that ex-cop hadn't been there, Tim would have just read for the next hour.
Yeah. Peck story didn't happen. Of what? Of Harry having a girlfriend, or of Tim getting swatted. Based
I think it's of Harry having a girlfriend.
Yeah, no, that's still a
I've
bit unbelievable.
I've
But I've
seen
heard
her
there's
on
real.
video, and I still don't believe it. Mostly because she could do better.
A lot of doubts, but I don't know.
And as
20 pounds she is hired.
where the fuck
Is
is
willing
it?
to bet.
Where the fuck? Someone said something really fucking funny. I just can't find it. It's completely fucking gone. Oh, there we go. Prime Knight said that there are furry femboys for Harry. Probably for the best.
That shouldn't exist.
Furries, femboys, or both? Or furry femboys?
All of the above.
What would you rather, a furry or a femboy?
That's tough, actually.
Can I just choose celibacy?
No. But
Okay,
I would recommend picking a female furry.
Yeah, I'd go with furry unless it's like the rainbow dildo butt monkey. Then you know.
I think that
That'd
counts
be
as
good.
femboy.
No, it's the intersection of both, right?
Yep. Yeah. Based Ape says, I think in regards to when we were mocking Australian brothels, you call that a hand job? This is a hand job. That's a foot job. I see you've played handy footy before.
You gotta jack it harder, Sheila.
Bugging me, I might as well go out and shagaroo. Let's see. David Taylor says, yeah, Tim was a bit spurgy about it. Fraudius says probably got swatted by Cuck Murphy to deflect shit away from himself. Would be fucking hilarious if that was true and the cops caught the fuckwit.
I was thinking about that. That would be so funny.
Yeah. Like Billy Blogg says Tim was angry his premises got violated. It was probably Jack Murphy's revenge. Yeah. It's really understandable that he would be angry. The only issue I have is that he was just wrong.
Jack Murphy.
Like, the cops reacted perfectly. They went, they made sure no one was getting murderized. They didn't shoot Tim and his friends in the process. And they were polite about it, apparently, even according to Tim at the time.
It could have been a lot worse.
Indeed. It really fucking could have.
Like I said, American police like to shoot first and then ask questions.
Which, as we know, is bullshit, but that's something for donut operators to discuss with you all.
Stop mansplaining in the chat, Harry.
Yes, I can. I don't know, Harry. The Cuck Murphy might be a bit beyond her at the moment.
Yeah.
But if she's not, I have pictures.
Good lord.
And I have made you all suffer through them. And we are not going back there.
Please don't. I'll be happy if you don't bring me back to that horrible fucking thing.
Let's see. Student of History says, in most cases, cops require a search warrant to enter your home or search you. Or it, but this is a situation called as a dynamic issue. The cops are required to move quickly. Exactly. And that's why I believe it's through Supreme Court case law rather than law specifically. Exigent circumstances are an exemption to the Fourth Amendment. Which it basically means that if cops have probable cause or reasonable belief, whichever one it is, with whatever meaning it specifically has in law, they can go into a house to look for a person at risk or causing risk to others, of blah, 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 blah. What they can't do is they cannot open drawers or anything that a human couldn't fit in. So if you keep your crack pipe next to your crack in the kitchen drawer, and the cops open it while doing a search of the premises under exigent circumstances, any lawyer who passed the bar should be able to go, fruit of the poisonous tree out.
Actually, I'm pretty sure that's true. Like, even if they have a warrant to that, if there's something like closed or locked, they'd have to get like an additional warrant.
It depends on the warrants and the wording on it, because
that's true.
There's basically like pretext to open or destroy or etc blah 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 blah. However, a good example that relates into that is, say you have an arrest warrant for Jack Murphy for being a disgusting criminal, woman abusing piece of shit, and you have reason to believe that he's at Tim Pool's property. You are allowed to enter that property, if the warrant allows it specifically, to search for Jack Murphy. And when you find him, you're allowed to search him and anything in his immediate control. So if he's sitting on the couch, you can cuff him, search him, and the couch. That's my rough, I'm not an American understanding of the mess. However, if they find Jack Murphy in the living room, they cannot then go wander off to the kitchen and start digging through drawers or the bedroom and investigate your dildo collection.
Wait a minute.
No, I really wanted them to see the dildo collection.
Well, they're allowed to see it.
That's why I invited them over in the first place.
Oh, and that is why you never invite the cops. If the cops, one thing to keep in mind that does relate to this, and again, not an American, not a lawyer, not legal advice. If the cops come to your door and go, I'm entering under exigent, I want to come in, you say no. If they say, I'm entering under exigent circumstances, you say, I do not consent to entering the property, I do not consent to any searches, and then you do not obstruct them. And then your lawyer kicks their ass if necessary.
Okay, I know this is a bit off topic, but I just started thinking about the way Tim Pool spoke. And then I started thinking about Ben Shapiro. Do you think that Tim Pool and Ben Shapiro are the same person because they've never been in the same room at the same time?
I don't know.
No,
Ben Shapiro has
Ben
hair.
is not bald enough.
What?
They do have a lot in common, though. For example, being boring as shit.
Yes. And this is once Tim Pool is done, he just takes off his beanie, puts on his Jew cap, and takes off his obviously fake beard, goes into neighboring room, and just starts talking about the.
Hey guys.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
Second.
Hey guys, we're going to talk about why the Democrats are lying to you about January 6th. But first, you suck at predicting the future, which is why my friends over at Policy Genius can help you find the life insurance policy that works for you. That is policygenius.com/Ben for 20% off. If you die, don't leave your loved ones destitute. Get insurance with policygenius.com. Again, that is policygenius.com/Ben for 20% off.
It's actually so funny that he has sponsor segment from an insurance company of all things.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Some
kind of unnerving.
More comments. Let's see. Robert Longshaw says, but if you've left a bag of weed on your kitchen table, then you're fucked. Yes, I believe it can depend on the state and the specifics and how good your lawyer is, but I believe that anything in plain view, the cops can have.
Yeah, Tim Pool was saying he saw gag coasters with like lines of cocaine on them. Like the graphic does a line of cocaine. It's like, imagine if we had those. Imagine how bad it could have went.
Yes. But, oh well. What else do we have? Student of History says, safest bet, don't invite them in and do not talk to them. Yes. Because, and my understanding is that this is actually completely true. Never give the police permission. If the cops are allowed to do it, they'll do it anyway. If they're not allowed to do it, they'll ask. Because you can waive your rights. So if the police ask, may I come in? The answer is always no. And then if they go, I'm coming in anyway, your response is always, I do not consent to you entering these premises. I do not consent to any searches. And then you shut up and call your lawyer. Billy Bloggs says swatting is a form of attack. I think swatting should be treated as attempted murder or murder by proxy.
Well, there's a big chance that if people are scared, they might do irrational things, and suddenly, bang, 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 bang.
Caffeinated Century Gnome and Billy Bloggs popped in with the almost exactly the same comment at exactly the same time. It's fucking a brilliant comment. They say police are like vampires. They can only come in if you invite them.
It's true.
And it
Hey,
is true.
If you try to have salt?
Hey?
What happens if you try to pour salt in a circle around them? Would that work?
They're probably going to call in the rookie, and he's going to have to be the one that wrestles with the naked man.
Oh, alright. How do you know I was gonna be naked?
Exactly. Well, it generally goes hand in hand with sprinkling salt when the police are knocking on your door. I think I've seen that video. What else do we have? Yeah,
I've got the Kazakh stuff if you're ready for me to get into it.
I'll finish this last one and see if I can remember the point I was going to make while I do that, and then we'll jump into it. So Student of History says, your Miranda rights are you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can will be used against you in a court of law. No talking, it cannot help. Essentially, there are some people like Masada Yub, a defensive instructor, who says you tell them specific pre-rehearsed things, and then there are others who are like, just shut the fuck up. However, there are also other ones who say, I'm invoking my Fourth Amendment rights, and that's it. So, yeah. Yeah, and Robert Longshore has another point as well. Cops have effectively broken into your house based on a fake call. Therefore, any evidence gathered is gathered based on fake information. Should be inadmissible in court. That's exactly right. And it also reminds me what the other one I was looking for.
Just like the Steele dossier shouldn't have been
evidence
for a Russia investigation.
Yeah. Someone else, that reminds me of the message I was actually looking for. Ah, yeah, look at that, said warrant. Search for items relating to criminal activity. Fun fact, that would immediately get tossed out in court. Because they must have probable cause that they can articulate to a magistrate that a crime has been committed and there is evidence relating to it in the location. And I believe there have been court cases on specifically that, which is why warrants are like 5 miles long in a lot of cases. Alrighty, that should get us to the Kazakhstan stuff.
Kazakhstan.
Alright.
Kekistan.
Kekistan.
If only.
Who keeps calling it Kekistan?
I don't remember.
I mean, I'll be okay having Kazakhstan become Kekistan.
We take it over in the midst of the instability and we rename it Kekistan.
Based.
Let them destroy each other. We shall claim the remains.
All right. So on January 2nd, protests started in Kazakhstan over a hike in the price of gas and heating in an area that is very rich in oil and gas. Protests spread to both the capital and the previous capital, and they started expanding as to not just about the price hike, just general like economic crisis reasons now. The current capital, Nur Sultan, is named after the previous president of Kazakhstan. He ruled from 1990 to 2019 unopposed. He was essentially like a dictator that came in ever since the USSR fell. And he renamed the capital after himself. The current ruler, his name is Tokayev.
Do you have something I can put on screen, Kat?
I have a folder full of clips if you're interested.
Sure, why not?
Hang on. Let's get onto topics, and as we get onto specific topics, I'll drop you a related clip.
Okay, let me just get a picture of something Kazakhstani up. Back at the Wikipedia article will do. So we can at least pretend that we're professionals.
Professionals.
That's
a fun one.
As if. Alright, I'll have this on the side and the folder full of stuff here. Right, so January 3rd, the protests expand. January 4th, they expand as well. But you have officers actually fleeing the protests. Like they just straight up get up and leave. And let me get you the link for that. I'll put it in live shows.
Let's see. There he is. I don't understand the language.
It doesn't matter. You just need the clip.
Sweet.
Yeah, so law enforcement officials are seen fleeing protests, including an armored vehicle. As the situation in Kazakhstan grows, you have a curfew imposed in Almaty, the previous capital, and the region around it. The president has officially deployed the military by this point. And let me get a clip for that. Yeah, this is from oh, it's the same thing, but it's from Disclose TV. Right. There are said to be thousands of soldiers in Almaty by this point. Riot police used tear gas and stun grenades to disperse the protesters. Public like office buildings, like public order and strategic buildings. I suppose this is like a police stations and whatnot are being better protected in emergency zones, the zones mentioned before. They impose a curfew from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. You're not allowed out. You have footage of police cars burning in the previous capital.
Okay.
Oh wait, hang on. Oh, I'm posting all these links in what do you call it? Live shows. Yeah, you have footage of police cars burning. Along with the curfews, they imposed restrictions on the purchase of gun, ammunition, and alcohol. Fireworks owned by the public are to be confiscated. Freedom of movement from the emergency areas is restricted, and document checks and body searches are introduced in and out of the emergency areas. People are blocking the Kazakhstan roads and rails, leading to and from the oil and gas fields, and you have some footage that came up of police releasing protesters that were previously detained to loud cheers from the other protesters there. I dropped footage of that in live shows. Yeah, then you move on to the morning of January 5th. On January 5th, the government has officially declared the state of emergency until January 19th. The army took to the streets and they partially blocked the internet. At this point, there's a huge article from NetBlocks that's being live updated as we go. Let me get that up. There we go. So NetBlocks deals with all sorts of like internet being cut off in certain areas, for example, for political reasons. So they covered this in detail. Yeah. As the protests spread, the government officially resigned, and the president announced the freezing of gas at 11 cents a liter. In some areas...
Seven.
Seven what?
And wait, where is this on the timeline? What day is this?
This is January 5th. The government resigns, and the president announces the freezing of gas prices at 11 cents a liter.
Ooh.
Damn.
In some areas, the police are overwhelmed and not even intervening as protesters storm government buildings. Now, you see, this is how you storm a government building, Kamala. Pay attention.
Didn't they try to light that shit on fire?
Oh boy, there's so much that went down. 11 cents is cheap as fuck. Caffeinated Century Gnome, you're right. Here,
$1.50 less than what it costs here.
Yeah, here's footage of them trying to breach government buildings.
This is what a real insurrection looks like, Kamala.
Yeah.
Damn.
So,
is there a fire inside there?
What do you mean, real insurrection?
Oh, there are fires lit.
How dare you? Didn't you know that AOC was almost raped? Did you not hear about how she heard someone shouting, "Where is she?" Batman was about to rape AOC.
I mean,
I remember that.
The new 9/11, I cried just thinking about it. It makes my penis hurt.
I remember that. That's exactly how it went down.
Clearly, they broke into the Capitol just because they want to fuck me?
Yeah.
I mean, at least
arrogant
it's the only
cunt.
ones who want to fuck her.
At this point in time,
I
Russian
have to go for a
officials...
little while, though. I need to go take a shower. I'll be back in a bit.
I'm clean! I'm clean!
At this point in time, Russian officials says that Kazakhstan has not requested any assistance from Russia, and that Kazakhstan will be able to deal with the situation on its own. Oh, how wrong they were. According to Russia, it's important that no one from the outside intervenes. This remember this line for later on. They intervene.
Just for clarity, though, NetBlocks are saying that while service was available, President Tokayev gave a televised speech appealing to Russia for assistance to protect the state.
Yes. Later on, we get onto that. Mm-hmm. They called there's this CSTO alliance between. Hang on, where is it? I had the Collective Security Treaty Organization. It's an alliance between Armenia, Belarus, Kyrgyzstan, Russia, Tajikistan, and Kazakhstan. And they called upon them to send reinforcements, essentially. This was later on the 5th. This was towards the end of the day on the 5th of January. Right. early on, you had incredible scenes like, just give me a moment. This one. You had people in Kazakhstan actually stopping military vehicles and detaining military personnel.
Ooh,
Just regular citizens detaining the military.
I saw this one. It's wild.
Yeah. At this point, the leading service provider in Kazakhstan just shuts down the internet. Mobile and cable services no longer work through the country, and the KTK Kazakhstan National Broadcasting stops all transmission. Later on in the day, when they do bring stuff back up, the president makes the appearance on TV, the first one. For this one, he vows maximum toughness on the protesters. He also announces that Nazarbayev is the same name of the previous president, but this guy is not the previous president. It's his son. He was the chairman of the Security Council, and he is now no longer the chairman of the Security Council. But who picks up that mantle? Who is now the chairman of the Security Council? Well, the president, the current president. He has essentially taken up every role in the government since the government resigned.
I think there's a word for that.
Yeah, there's something with D and ends in dictator. Yeah.
No. Can't be right. Just can't be right. No.
No.
What's it called?
No.
Trump. That's right. That's Trumpian.
Trump.
Yes, highly Trumpian or more Biden-esque, but hey, what?
Disco has arrived.
Very communist.
2 hours and 52 minutes late.
Very, very communist, though.
Yeah. At this point, publication Insider Paper posts images online of multiple business and private aircraft fleeing from Kazakhstan to Russia. It is clear that the elite are at this point saying nope and have left. Kazakhstan protesters are trying to seize the presidential complex. The old presidential residence in the previous capital in Almaty is on fire at this point. And I have an image. I think I have a video for you. There we go. Copy and paste. If you want to get that one up.
I will.
Alright, at this point the Russian delegation is making its way to Kazakhstan. And we have pictures of the flight plan as well.
Hold on. That link you just posted, are you telling me Tony Blair's to face the cause of this as well?
Oh no, god damn it. I gotta look into that, Billy B. Thank you for posting that. That is so silly. Tony Blair is the root of it all.
Oh, boy.
So, there we go. Tony Blair is to blame for Kazakhstan. Sounds about fucking right.
Oh, sounds about right. Let me see. I had another video, very nice video, of them seizing the administration building.
Oh. It'll be interesting to see what the NATO's gonna get into.
Yeah, on the Twitter link I sent you, of them setting the old presidential residence on fire. If you scroll down from that, you can see there's a tweet about protesters seizing the administration building.
That is Sir Tony Blair, by the way, apparently.
Yeah, as if. I'm never gonna call him Sir Tony Blair.
The dishonorable
Well, you
Tony
just
Blair.
did. Yeah. You see, people have even stolen like a police riot shield and stuff.
Yes, this is what an insurrection looks like, guys.
Yeah. So let's see. Both Russia and China are heavily involved in the economy of Kazakhstan, specifically the gas and oil sectors. Kazakhstan is also the home of the Baikonur Cosmodrome, which is leased to the Russian Aerospace Agency. Kazakhstan happens to be the source of 40% of the world's uranium, half of which is going to China, as well as there is a huge Bitcoin mining operation happening in Kazakhstan, which, from what I can gather, is essentially since the Chinese have blocked Bitcoin mining, Chinese citizens are doing it in Kazakhstan, and I think the building was destroyed, which which led to a big crash in Bitcoin, and a lot of the hashes were destroyed, meaning that Bitcoin is just gone.
Whoopsie daisy.
Well,
yeah.
Fuck. That's a lot of cash.
Mm-hmm. So the entire police force in Atirau has defected to the protesters' side, and you see this happening in multiple localities. Police just, you know what, we're just gonna join the protesters. Protesters have managed to successfully topple the statue of the previous president.
Nice.
And I have both video and pictures.
Even better.
Of that. Let's get this up. There you go.
Also, Trim, I may be threatening Discordia with you.
Oh, God.
Why?
Or rather, I may be holding Trim hostage.
Oh.
Wait, why am I being held hostage from Australia?
Because...
What, do you need to go on to do something with Discordia right now?
No, he doesn't. Disco's just being Disco, and I'm just messing with her by basically threatening to break Trim.
Are you still arguing about the whole who's gonna sleep in the sofa thing again?
Not this time.
Oh, okay.
Besides, I came up with a solution to that.
Oh?
Yeah, Disco can have the sofa. I'll just steal your bed.
Fair enough.
You know what? You can sleep on the floor. You know what? Instead, I'll just give you each a weapon, and then you can just fight it out.
Ooh, here's something spicy. After the toppling of the statue, protesters have looted the military arsenal of the National Security Committee in the previous capital. This contained multiple weapons, ammunition, and even a grenade launcher. The airport was seized along with allegedly 5 aircraft, one of which was foreign. And by foreign, I mean not Kazakhstani. There have been several deaths reported by special forces in the Kazakh army. And at this point, the president comes on and asks the Russian for help. The president stated they seize buildings and infrastructure, and most importantly, they seize the premises where small arms are located. They are fighting with cadets of schools. Protesters are roaming the street of the previous capital, and rumors are that Russian bases in the southeast are on high alert, especially by air media. Security has been strengthened at the Cosmodrome. Reportedly, shots of automatic weapons are heard over the previous capital. At this point, Russian state media outlet Sputnik has labeled the government military response as an anti-terrorist operation. You see, we're just trying to get rid of these terrorists.
Yes. These armed bandits should be shot on sight, don't you know?
They have reported that 8 police officers and soldiers have died during the protest, with 95 officers injured, 37 police cars damaged, and 200 people detained as a result. The president officially involves the Collective Security Treaty Organization. He stated, "These terrorist gangs are international and have undergone serious training abroad. They are attacking, and their attack on Kazakhstan should be viewed as an act of aggression." The former Air Force general also requested on national TV for the alliance to come in and quell the protesters. Russia has decided to join in. Allegedly, fighter jets touched down towards the end of January 5th. Security forces are trying to regain the control of the previous capital. They are using loudspeakers to ask civilians to return to their homes. At this point, they appear to carry out a large-scale operation against the protesters. There are allegedly, I couldn't find any of them, but apparently they floated through Telegram groups, videos of morgues in Almaty filled with dead bodies as a result of the protest and the government reaction against the protests. Throughout the day, Kazakh troops have refused to suppress protesters. However, it is believed that when CSTO forces arrive, that will change. On the morning of January 6th, the CSTO peacekeeping, as they keep being called, forces have arrived in Kazakhstan. Most of the forces appear to be Russian. There's a total of 3,000 security officers dispatched. Tajikistan sent 200 troops. Belarus sent 500 troops. Armenia sent 70 soldiers. Yeah, there's we tried.
Yes, I mean they can't send that many soldiers after the genocide. That totally didn't happen.
That's true, but don't tell Turkey that.
Shit.
So the arrival of the
not
forces.
Here to make them chanky voice.
The arrival of the forces have caused confrontations to intensify. Around 9 p.m. UK time, I can't. I haven't yet gone through to translate all the time into whatever Kazakhstan time was, because Kazakhstan is split into 2 time zones, and I have to look at a city and look up in which time zone it falls, and then translate the time here to the time there. So I'm just basing it on the time of the tweets on my screen. Let me see if I can get a video for you, because I haven't got a new video in a while.
Oh, by the way, Bezek, don't threaten me when you're discussing Discord. I would really appreciate that. I have nothing to do with
There
your
you go.
discussions. Keep me out of it.
But it's the only thing I've got that she's actually right on.
Then you need to expand your operations.
That's some video of the confrontations intensifying in the morning. As well as here's a video of the troops in Kazakhstan, the CSTO troops. Yeah, around 9 UK time, 9 p.m. UK time. The statistics are as follows: dozens killed, 1,000 injured, 400 of which have been hospitalized, and 2,000 jailed. There is yet to be any reaction from the UN Human Rights Committee at this time. Protests continue in the Mangistau region, where the first anti-government protest took place. Gatherings in Zanozen and Aktau have protesters demanding political reforms in the country. There was also a huge Facebook post that I've only just translated, but I haven't gone through it, from protesters in Kazakhstan. They call the current president a tyrant. They say they aren't violent. They don't want any violence. They just want essentially regime change.
Which is fair.
Yeah. On January 7th, on Friday, a man going by the name Wild Arman, real name Arman Dzgaldiev, was arrested. He appears to be the ringleader of the violence in Almaty. He is generally spoken about as a criminal authority. However, he appears to be more than that. He runs popular social media accounts, charities, and even pyramid schemes. On Friday morning, before he was arrested, he accused people from Kyrgyzstan to be the ones carrying out the looting in Almaty. He received backlash from Kyrgyzstan. At this point, the president has given the military and police forces the order to fire without warning upon the Kazakh protesters.
Yeah, I heard that one yesterday.
He has tweeted and later deleted, "Gangsters and terrorists, very well trained, organized and commanded by the Special Center. Some of them were speaking non-Kazakh languages. There were at least 6 waves of attacks from terrorists at Almaty. Total amount of them is 20,000. Bota Jardemali, a political refugee from Kazakhstan, talking on Twitter, believes that the president is lying and that the numbers put forward are too large for a tightly controlled police state like Kazakhstan to have. The so-called terrorists have not put any demands either forward, so there's nothing really to base what the president said on. Now, there are rumors that all the violence going down is artificial, that is led by the Secret Service of Kazakhstan, KNB, or the Kazakhstani mob. And the reason for this would be to allow authorities to use firearms against the protesters. So the protest started naturally against the prices of the gas and the prices of heating and the general economic crisis that Kazakhstan is in. But then the violence would have been started by the Secret Service. The guy who is in opposition of the current president said that the CSTO forces do not play a role in the security of Kazakhstan. They're just a signal that the Kazakhstani president is now in Moscow, and that the protests were peaceful and the looting was organized by authorities. He claims this is a similar mechanism to the Ukrainian Titushky, which is a mercenary group in Ukraine that is hired by the government to stoke up shit. The political refugee, which I mentioned earlier, she stated that Wild Arman is what they call a red criminal, controlled and used by the Kazakh Secret Service and by the police as an informant, an agent provocateur, a distractor, and used to do dirty work like attacking civil activists and whatnot. He's now said to be the one used for violence in Almaty. And that's all I have so far. It's I haven't managed to sort out what happened today. I'm still going through tweets to figure out what happened on the 6th and the 7th, and then I'll get to the 8th, and hopefully I'll manage get all that documented. Quite a bit has went down, and it's horrible to see that the president was just like, okay, you're free to fire upon anyone.
Doesn't really surprise anyone when you're essentially a goddamn dictator.
Yeah, that sounds like something Australia would do.
Yeah, it went from Kazakhstan went from the USSR to one dictator to the other, and the tendrils of the previous dictator are still running through the country.
He is proud.
I'll be right back. Give me a moment.
He's feeling them good vibrations.
That's pretty insane stuff what's going on in Kazakhstan. And it's incredible that it seems to be completely missing from the world stage.
Well, I've heard about the whole shooting the people thing, though.
Well,
at least we're telling that one in Norway.
That's all I have on Kazakhstan, and I think I'm gonna dip. I need to go eat some food. I haven't eaten all day.
Fair
Enjoy.
enough. Have fun. Thank you for sharing that with us.
No problem. I have
crazy
a
as it was.
huge folder full of videos if you're interested to look through afterwards. I might make like a media share link or something, because I can't yet upload them on Memory Hole, because I don't think the website supports video. I'll figure it out eventually. I'll upload a media link with all the videos I have later.
Okay.
Nice.
Sounds fun. Right. Thank you.
I'll see you guys. Have a good rest of your stream.
Have a wonderful day, dude.
No worries. Good later, mate. Right.
Yeah, shit's going down.
Yep, I'm utterly astounded that it's not being focused on. Like, fuck me. This is what happens when a country spends 2 years, well, decades in this case, getting shat on constantly, living under totalitarian rule, and having the prices hiked so they can't afford shit.
Strange, isn't it?
Yeah. Sadly, so many people are so stupid that they can't realize that if we do the same thing to every other country... I don't know. There's some old quote like saying that most people are only 6 meals away from revolution or something. 6 missed meals.
I think it's 3. It's 3 missed meals away from revolution, if I remember correctly. And there's truth to it. If you can't have any food, then the fuck is why even bother? Why even bother with the government?
Well, that's it. If you can't eat, nothing else matters. There we go. 9 meals away from revolution. So 3 days. That sounds about right. Because missing food for a day, the second day, you're starting to get painful. Third day, you go, I need to get food or I'm going to start dying. And, well, turns out politicians are made of meat.
Mmm. Delicious, delicious meat. Not that we endorse cannibalism.
No. Just remember, don't eat the brain and stay away from the central nervous system.
Yeah. That's how you get the, what was the
name of
them again? Oh yeah, the prions.
Misfolded proteins that reproduce and do really, really nasty things.
Yeah. It turns your brain into a sponge.
So, it turns you into a leftist.
Yes.
Ugh.
Kind of strange, huh?
Indeed.
But it goes to show that leftists are basically just a brain damage.
Ah, dear. What an absolute mess.
Yeah.
And just to add on to what Cap has given us, there is a news article that was previously posted in news by Caffeinated Century now. Cops are beheaded as Kazakhstan verges on collapse. Police officers have reportedly been found beheaded in Kazakhstan amid violent riots.
Okay.
Yeah. Shit's crazy.
Huh. Shit's fucked.
Yeah. And like we've got pictures of protesters beating the fuck out of security forces with their own damn weapons.
Okay. That's fucking brutal.
Yep. I mean, they might deserve it. I don't know enough about what's been going on in Kazakhstan, but there have been a lot of situations in Australia recently where, and I don't condone violence, but I would not condemn people that defended themselves with violence against the fascist Nazi thugs that assault them for peacefully demonstrating.
I'm not gonna say anything against or for, but everybody who views already knows my opinion.
Yes. Indeed. Things are a mess. Oh dear.
It's kind of depressing when you think about it, but hopefully they'll find a way to get through this.
I hope so. And I hope that they get to experience something resembling freedom once this is all over, but it's not likely.
Nah. Putin doesn't play that game.
Yeah,
He's a hard ass, but he doesn't just give things up.
No, he doesn't. Oh dear. Alright, we might do video comments, shall we?
Yeah.
By which I mean Harry's video.
Let's see. I'm just going to turn on sound so I can hear it and also get directly. Alright, I'm ready.
Right, so for those of us in the audience who weren't aware, Sultans is now accepting video comments from basically everyone. There's a post in the announcements channel on the Discord with the details. So we'll flick over and we will have a look-see at what Mr. Harry had to say.
Bound to be entertaining, no doubt.
It will certainly be. Let's see.
I don't know if it's going to be covered in today's episode, but Tim Pool, the fence sitter, the man, the myth, the legend, who really needs to get that fence post out of his ass. Someone sent a SWAT team to
I can't hear it, damn it.
8 vehicles turned up at his house, and don't know if you're going to go over the story, but there is CCTV footage, like security camera footage from his house, and you can see the headlights of one of the vehicles in the footage. The lights are too far apart for it to be a car. It's just too big and too armoured. But it's not quite big enough to be a tank. It's in the between stages. And 8 of those turned up. Yeah, if someone hadn't already been outside and seen all these cars roll up and go, hey, we don't want you to kill us, calm down please, Tim Pool would be dead.
Ooh. If That's very interesting, and I'm looking forward to seeing that video from Tim Pool. So, if anyone didn't hear it, which is probably you, Trim.
Yep.
Did the audio
I'm
not
sorry.
play? Oh,
It was audio. It's just really, really, really lowered down.
okay. It was tolerable on my end, but that's alright. I'll run it again. Technical problems, I blame Harry.
I don't know if it's going to be covered in today's episode, but Tim Pool,
Harry,
the
the
fence sitter, the man, the myth, the legend,
Curable?
who
That's the
really
title
needs
now.
to get that fence post out of his ass. Someone sent a SWAT team to try to kill him. 8 vehicles turned up at his house, and don't know if you're going to go over the story, but there is CCTV footage, like security camera footage, from his house, and you can see the headlights of one of the vehicles in the footage. The lights are too far apart for it to be a car. It's just too big and too armoured. But it's not quite big enough to be a tank. It's in the between stages. And 8 of those turned up. Yet if someone hadn't already been outside and seen all these cars roll up and go, "Hey, we don't want you to kill us. Calm down, please," Tim Pool would be dead.
Right. So, if
Okay, that's
yeah, I want to see this footage. So, some kind of armored vehicle, a whole bunch of them.
Hey, we're doing video comments now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got back just in time to catch the politics of Attack on Tim Pool.
I was getting prepared to lose my shit, and then you changed it. Oh dear! But apparently, Tim Pool is going to be releasing that footage somewhere, possibly on his website. I've heard. So it will be interesting to see, because yeah, that's such out to fucking murder all day long.
murder, murder, murder. Nothing beats murder.
They do like some murder.
Crazies.
Yeah, shit's fucked.
I'll be right back. I need to go to the toilet quickly.
We call that doing a Callum.
Well, that too.
What?
I need to do a Callum.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
You may not have seen it.
I have to pee.
In one of the podcast episodes, Callum had an emergency and had to leg it, and then got replaced by Josh.
I mean, you could see it on him as he was sitting there, was doing that jig, when was then getting close to the end.
Yep. Billy Blog says, so could Temple have ended up like the Branch Davidians? I'm going to go not quite. But Temple could have easily ended up in a gunfight with the police. Quite easily, if the cops had fucked up. Because Mr. Fence Sitter does have guns now that he's realised that bad people come for him too.
Violently defending his post on the fence.
Indeed. As is his God-given right as an American to defend his fence post. But yeah, I think what happened to the Branch Davidians went a bit further than just a shootout. I imagine, hopefully, that at some point, if it did end up in shooting, the cops would fuck off, call the house, and it might be resolved without the FBI murdering a bunch of people. But otherwise, yeah, it could have quite easily ended up if the first thing they'd heard was armed men breaking in or shooting, yeah, could have quite easily turned into gunfire.
A bloodbath with a beanie. So imagine, what if if it turned out to a gunfight and Tim Pool won?
Well, there isn't really winning against that many cops.
I know, but just channeling the American 1980s style is like, ah! Or his whatever nasally voice he'll make, I'm like, eh.
Yep. Let's see. Base Tape says, anyone knows that Tim Pool's podcast is getting boring as fuck? Then somebody tries to fight him. Cuck Murphy's story broke and he gets swatted all within a few weeks of each other. Hashtag conspiracy.
Ooh. It's not a conspiracy theory, it's conspiracy facts waiting to be confirmed.
Yes. Well, I mean, I'm reasonably sure that the swatting is probably related to some of the other things. But, yes.
That might be it.
I wonder if the cops actually get the fucker. I hope they do. Reach out
they should.
Reach out with the long dick of the law and federal prison ass fuck them.
Yes. I mean, Jack Murphy's probably into that shit, but hey, I'm not gonna kink shame too much.
Oh, fuck it, we'll kink shame till the cows come home.
Oh, yeah.
Speaking...
I'm just saying it publicly, so...
Speaking of kinks and assholes, Prime Knight says that Tim Pool needs to be pushed so far down that fence pole he can touch grass.
Oh boy.
That's a fucking spicy one.
Remember, touching grass every once in a while, you know.
The leftists really should try it. It'd be good for them. Ah, dear. Poor Tim Pool. But maybe he'll learn now that being on the left isn't the correct answer, being a fence sitter isn't the correct answer, and being a fully retarded libertarian also isn't the right answer.
Hey, whoa! What are you talking about?
Libtard. Silence, liberal.
There's libertarian, and then there's going full retard.
Well, yeah. I just think that the government fucks up the economy whenever it does any. Fuck, that was a bad spin.
I mean, it is.
I can get
true.
the until next time.
It does that pretty well.
Ooh. Here's a good one. Harry says in response to Prime Knight's comment, "Fucking hell, it's already poking out the top of his head. Why do you think he has the hat?"
Ouch.
That was a good one. I like that one. Billy Blogs. Billy Blogs says he claimed it would take the police too long to get to his house if he had a problem. Oh, well, now he fucking knows exactly how long it will take, doesn't he? Think Positive, it says libertarianism is a cult. Sadly, I have to agree. Yeah, the thing that shits me off with libertarianism is that I love the idea. Unfortunately, just like most ideas, people ruin it.
That's pretty standard. Just like with every plan, doesn't survive first contact.
Yep. Though at least libertarians are logically consistent. Anarchists just shit me to tears. No, you can't have anarchy, you idiot. You will have city-states by the end of the week. If we dissolved the government tomorrow, you'd have city-states by the end of the week.
No, but then you have a gold platinum tier private security.
Right, so the poor people get fucked, and then they go, you know what, screw you. There are more of us, and we'll eat them.
Yeah, basically.
But my McNukes.
I mean...
Mac milks over your face.
See, that's the problem, because people...
I actually do miss when my friend was an ANCAP as opposed to a neo-lib technocrat utilitarian. But
I mean, ANCAP is better than utilitarian.
Yeah, utilitarians are just like, oh, I'm going to make
Would you like to
excuses for
debate the
inhuman
priors
acts.
on that? What are your priors?
Yeah. At least ANCAPs generally believe in personal liberty.
yeah,
Little too much, though, but yeah. But, yeah, libertarianism is ruined by the fact that people exist. Anarchy is just stupid, because... Okay, we dissolve all forms of government. Cool. What happens? Well, you take the average family, or rather the average nuclear family. Right, so you have a man, a husband, a wife, and 2.5 children and a dog. Well, the man becomes the leader. And then you have his neighbours, who are the same. So you now have two leaders talking. And then you've got Bob from across the street. There are three of you. So all of a sudden you're now a collective. What if you like everyone in your street, and all of a sudden you get together? Okay, well, someone needs to be a leader. So you have a vote. Congratulations, you've formed a government.
I mean, even that Christiania area in Denmark is really fucking. Not even that is any sort. Fucking over my own words here. I hate when I do that. I'm going full retard, folks. Full retard. Can't speak.
I'm Knight is exactly spot on and says government is a necessary evil and should be as small and transparent as possible. Exactamundo.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Yes. I am in favor of giving more power to the more... What's the word? Decentralization. The more decentralization, the better.
Agreed.
But
Exactly, folks. You see, gang, it's less objectionable if local governments do stuff, because if you don't like it, you can leave. Whereas if your entire country sets down some massive federal policy, okay, gang, your vote doesn't have as much power to change that, and it's much more difficult to get out of there. You know, my family and I left California, okay, folks, and the idea that federalism isn't a good idea is just absolutely asinine, folks.
yeah, pretty much exactly spot on. But anarchy just...
My wife's a doctor, gang. She's
Really?
doctor.
Your wife's a doctor?
wait,
Man, I didn't know.
actually, funny thing, I was reading his book How to Destroy America in 3 Easy Steps, when I was on Christmas vacation. And I looked at the acknowledgement section, and in the acknowledgement section, he thanks his wife and goes, "She's a doctor, by the way."
Of course.
At least it's wrong with the memes.
yeah.
Prime Knight says, all from politicians' salaries to stipends should be sent to third world shitholes, should be publicly available. Fucking oath. Actually, I firmly believe that politicians should have all their accounts just uploaded onto the internet. I want to know about their fucking Netflix subscription. I want to see every fucking
they're using
cent.
our money for them. They're using our money for them.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I just think I just go with the making the leaders a subjugated class of their own.
Yes. But yeah, federalism...
Except for God Emperor Trump. God Emperor Trump is exempt.
Yes, he is.
Yes. The problem is...
He'll be
the problem is...
God, one of my
one day, God Emperor Trump will be superseded by the Eternal Queen.
Eternal Queen.
Billy Blogs asks, should politicians be subjected to anal COVID swabs?
Daily. As long as they're leaders, as long as they're politicians, daily.
Sounds
I
good.
guarantee you there would be some like people who were like, well, the scientists say they need to swab our asses. I mean, we might as well let them.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them would.
Well, I've developed a new policy where every 4 years, just before the election, all the politicians should get together, put their names into a hat, and then some random member of the public pulls the name out of the hat, and whichever name is pulled out of the hat, we hang them. Just to remind the politicians that we, the people, can hang them all if we choose to.
Maybe guys who are up for hanging to be the ones who suck at their job.
Well, that too.
That way, it makes them
Well,
want to do a
you
good
see
job.
that you see that was Spoon's argument in the monarchy debate with Adam and Eden and Doomer and some other fifth person.
Well, I don't disagree with it.
Yeah.
Like his argument was, well, in a monarchy, there's not a diffusion of responsibility. So if the nobles act, so if the king acts up, they act with the knowledge that they will be fully accountable. They can't just leave office. They're going to get murdered if they fuck up too badly.
I like that one. I really do.
It's a pretty good one. Let's see, what have we got? Prime Knight says, and before a government vote on anything, they shall sit through a presentation of the entire bill and its effects. If they aren't there, they don't get to vote. Sounds good, but I'd also want them to have to do a test on the bill.
Yeah. I mean, we should have stopped letting them have AIDS, you know?
Okay, Francesca says, no one go on the general call so that Harry is alone and can talk to himself. Damn!
Oh,
Savages we are.
oh, can we keep her and get rid of Harry?
Francesca, hello! Fucking brutal.
Oh, oh.
Michelle, why?
Oh dear.
Oh boy.
What else?
I almost feel sorry for the kid.
Bullying builds character. He'll be fine. He can take
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, after all, he is the Chad who like rescues drowning children and punches lecherous gay men trying to make a move on a 14-year-old. You know,
And also, he has to fight off thoughts in a gym.
in the gym,
And it
yeah.
brings him immense satisfaction and pleasure.
Yes.
No, he doesn't do it because he likes it. He does it because he must. It is his duty.
Yes. That's right.
Exactly. You got to go on thought patrol. You look at society. Like, we need more thought patrol.
Thoughts will be used, then patrolled, damn it.
I mean, it's
No,
true we
let's
need more
not-
thought patrol.
I'm with Harry on that one. If someone's a thought, they're not worth your penile energy.
There I agree.
This
It's
is
just
true.
that I really, really, really doubt that he has to fight him off with a stick. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oil reckons he used to.
But you know,
Hello?
you do have to fight off with a stick.
Communists.
The Rainbow Dildo Butt Monkey.
I'd love
No,
to fight.
I was right.
Oh, you fight off the communists with free helicopter rides.
Are you going to try and tell me that the Rainbow Dildo Butt Monkey
Okay.
isn't a communist?
It's a special case, but yes, it is a communist. But with that one, you beat it with a stick.
Then take it
And
for a
then when it's
helicopter ride.
unconscious, then when it's yeah, exactly. Once it's unconscious, you get a free helicopter ride.
Yep.
Or you can just use an ice pick. Save the money.
Shit, fuck. Might as well hire the Taliban, given how many helicopters they have now.
They were like, what, 7th largest air force?
Yeah,
Yeah.
what the fuck, Biden?
They've even written on the helicopters. Thank you, Joe Biden.
Oh dear. Let's see, some more comments. Bay State says politicians should be paid minimum wage. People should volunteer to do it out of a sense of duty. Based.
Yep.
Think Positive says...
I have no disagreeing here.
Think Positive says reinstate capital punishment, but only for politicians. Corruption, rope, tax fraud, chair.
Yes.
I could get behind this.
I'm liking how we're literally
I
solving all the problems.
With the minimum wage point. Because, I mean, you have to spend so much of your own, like, fucking money on campaigning and probably security. But, you know, the other shit sounds kind of based.
I think leadership should be more like a burden than anything else, to be
Well,
honest.
I think they should get paid more than minimum wage, but I don't think they should be paid $370,000 a year. That's a bit much.
I don't think Congress should set its own fucking salary.
No, they fucking shouldn't.
It's so dumb.
What are you talking about? They've done so much to deserve to set their own wages.
Well, I actually came up with an idea on how to fix this problem. We've set the politician's wage at a fixed multiple of the minimum wage, and if they want to change that multiple, they must do a referendum.
I'm okay with this.
No, that's bad. That's just gonna, like, give them an incentive to hike it up to $30 an hour. Fuck the economy.
Well, true. That's probably
Very
not.
true.
That probably wouldn't work in America. In somewhere like Australia, that already has a high minimum wage, which still gets us fucking nowhere for obvious reasons.
Well, I think that what if we still let them do like Pelosi does, you know? Rig the not rigging. They do the whole thing with the stock markets, right? But she has to pay like 90% in tax because if you're a Democrat,
how about
then you're into that.
how about if you're a politician and you look at the stock market, we hang you.
For us to inside trade because it's the free market. And yeah, now the Republicans.
Please
like
don't. You're doing her too well there. Don't do
Good
that.
morning, Sunday morning.
Okay.
Jesus, if you were forced to spend the night with either Kamala or fucking Pelosi, who would it be?
Well, that's obvious, but both would suicide would be preferable to both.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you talking fucking or just having to be around them a whole night?
I'm gonna be nice and say just to be around them for a whole fucking night.
Oh, in that case, Pelosi all day, because you can knock her over, wrap her in rope, and just leave her in the fucking corner.
Oh, you're not allowed to harm her.
I didn't say anything about harming her.
I'm still gonna go with Pelosi. She'd be less infuriating to me than listening to. Well, you know.
That exactly. After a couple of hours, she'd need to lay down and have a nap.
Yeah.
Speaking of Pelosi and Kamala Harris, Prime Knight says the highest seat of power should always be 2 steps from a sudden drop by the people.
Oh yeah.
Oath.
Fucking oath. Is that an Australian thing?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
It's spelt fucking oath.
Canal.
In regards to when Francesca trolled the shit out of Harry, Baystape says he literally belly laughed out loud alone in a room. Dave says, haha, that's what you get for simping.
Thou shalt not simp.
I agree with that one.
Ooh, Billy Blogs goes right to the fucking top. Harry keeps her under control like Jack Murphy does with his bitch. Ooh.
Oof.
Ooh.
What? Francesca says, yes, my plan is working. Harry is all alone in the chat.
Oh, she's cruel. I like her.
Everything is going as I have foreseen.
Francesca is the. In truth, she's the manipulator of Harry. Harry just believes that he's in control.
In regards to what I was saying about...
Yeah, she's gonna put her hand on his shoulder and be like, do you feel in charge?
Think Positive says in regards to what I was saying about the minimum wage multiple, what gets us to a slightly closer to ideal. He says minimum wage, not minimum wage, average wage. Minimum is a knob they can turn completely themselves. Average is something they can only encourage. I would say median, not average, because the average wage in Australia is like $150,000. Median is 50,000. Because we've got like a dozen rich cunts that completely blow the average out. Prime Knight says AOC with ball gag and the safe word will be Trump 1 2020.
Oh God, no. That's just disgusting.
That would be incredible.
I mean, we all know that Pelosi is just angry at Trump because she doesn't want to fuck him, and he doesn't want to fuck her.
I mean, that could be true.
No, let's not copy the weird cringe shit from the left where everyone... It's such a cringe fucking meme where AOC and everyone on the left is like, oh, everyone who criticizes AOC just secretly wants to fuck her, and they're angry that they can't. It's like, no, we're mad because she's a fucking commie. We're not, like, I wouldn't want to fuck that. Her deranged eyes would, like, kill my boner immediately.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, I remember how wholesome I called her, Harry, and I still mean it.
Yes.
Alright, I'm running out of steam, and I've already run out of articles and things to go through this week. So we might start wrapping things up. Things to keep in mind coming forwards. Trim, how is your collab with Disco going?
It's going well. We just finished the Dungeons 3 playthroughs, main mission. We're aiming to do the DLCs when I get back from the sea. I'm leaving on Monday now.
Excellent. Good stuff.
Yes. And also, she needs to get a better graphic card because the one she has now sucks. Because if you go to her channel and see the last episode, it's just basically one fucking lag fest where I, who have better internet and graphics card, managed to come in and just solve the issue.
Ooh.
I will never let her live that down. Ever.
Good. At least you've finally got something you can use in your defense.
Exactly. I'm the boomer with the superior tech.
Actually, I did see that she was whining at you in in one of the other ones. Didn't Bessie tell you that YouTube has a lag?
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of zoned out on that one, and then I just refused to acknowledge a failure like a man should.
I mean, we do stream on low quality, low latency, so our chat is as close to real time as it gets, but yeah, it is what it is. So there you go. There is a delay, apparently.
Oh, yeah.
What else have we got coming up? Well, Oil is working on his latest collab. and he is contacting people individually for that. We will hit him.
I'm looking forward to see what it's going to create now. This time, I am not involved.
Yet.
As far as I know. Yet.
Well, you're already involved. You started
Yeah.
Yeah. With the Swedish chef and the penis cookie.
it.
That was an
Classic.
interesting delivery. Let's just say that.
Speaking of the Swedish... wait, did you call him a Swedish chef?
The thing is, the he uses the Swedish chef Muppet.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, it well does.
I think it's just
so
funny.
many Norwegian boat chefs.
We must have, like, 50% of all Norwegian boat chefs on the Lighter Seeders.
Kinda. I'm trying to make it 60%, but no guarantees.
Why do you plan on increasing by 20%?
I'm not getting any thinner, let's just say that. Other than that, I'm still working on a few comms. Also, I'm in a collaborative effort with the Stoa group. So that's going to be nice to work on. Yeah.
Yes.
Also, Carl's debate with Adam and Sitch about science and his difficulty articulating a very legitimate point is proof of why he and everyone else should read The Abolition of Man by C.S. Lewis.
Fuck it, I'm just going to record an audiobook of it. Fortunately,
Do it.
C.S. Lewis is old as shit, which means it's in the public domain.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I still think it's fucking hilarious that my audiobook on Notes on Nationalism beats the Lotus Eaters video.
Well, you do the whole audiobook, though.
Yeah, but it actually comes up first in search results, which is fucking hilarious. Well, actually, it's like second, but it's the first audiobook, and it beats their video. Let's some quick comments. Fractal says, "Evening fadget."
Sup?
Prime Knight says something wholesome.
Little Packet says, we hate them.
Well, we all knew that Gollum is anti-LGBT.
Based.
We will treat you, hurt you.
You really do a good Gollum. You should have been the voice of Gollum in that new Gollum game coming along.
Yeah, I thought that trailer was a bit off, to say the least.
Prime Knight says something wholesome. My father entered retirement this month, and his birthday's in January as well. So I brought him a rod, reel, and a bag of fishing gear for him. Oh, nice!
Nice.
Base Tape says he'll do collabs. He's up for pretty much anything. We've seen that.
Still waiting for that Kawaii Callum thing.
Yeah. John Crow said he'll do voiceovers as well if people reach out to him.
Man, making a motion comic would be fucking amazing.
Oh, God, imagine. Let's see what else. Of course, in Sultan's Land, as we saw earlier, we are accepting video comments. There's the post and the announcements thingy on the Discord with details. You can send the video comments to me via Discord or email. We don't have a size limit, just like whatever is the limit of whatever service you send me either the file or the link. But
just don't make it a fucking hour long.
No, there is.
We're the ones who take up too much time.
Yes, there is a time limit, 60 seconds ish. You can go a bit over if it's necessary to get the point across, but don't take the piss. No copyright music, etc., etc., etc. And all that stuff. So we would love to hear from anyone who'd like to add something. Otherwise, what else is there? There is, of course, 1,000,001 ways to help Trim and I out. Standard YouTube bullshit, blah 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 blah, links in description, buy our merch, that kind of shit.
Shill.
Sultans of Shadilay. Yes.
And yet we're not half as bad as C.S. Cooper.
Despite the fact that I've got like 17 different ways set up to monetize the channel. Yeah. Well, except the primary one, YouTube, you bastards. Make it easier for people to get revenue.
I guess it's because we're stoic that way.
Mainly because we don't want to piss off our audience.
Very true.
Oh, and Putin, if you're listening, we are accepting sponsorships from nation states.
До свидания.
Oh shit. Liberal Hive Mind put up a video about a study proving Omicron is 100 times less deadly than Delta. We'll watch it later. So, 100 times less deadly than fuck all. So that's gotta be what? 50
That's
times?
fuck all?
I think that's like 50 times less deadly than the flu. Because wasn't Omicron about twice as deadly?
Yeah, I mean, 5 times less lethal than fuck all seems like fuckity fuck all.
Yeah. And this, like, we're seeing things coming out with, like, an infection fatality rate of, like, 0.1%. If you use the government's inflated death rate. If you disregard the 90-year-olds, the people who were already in palliative care, and the people who got turned into jam by a bus, it gets even lower.
Well, we also, I mean, even on top of that base, like, lethality, like, what was it, Pfizer who came up with those pills, or if you have COVID and you take the pills, you have, like, it, like, I don't know, reduces your chances of being hospitalized by, like, fucking 80% or something. So, like, aside from, like, Dr. Fauci, give us vaccines, like, there's, like, much more effective treatments now as well if you do get it. Like, it's, you know.
Well,
it's just it's done. It's done. Stop trying to make COVID panic a thing over Omicron. We're not doing it. We're not.
You know, whenever people say Omicron, I just start thinking about a giant metallic fucking planetoid Omicron.
Yeah.
I
I actually saw a good meme about the whole thing, where it's like, the vaccines will reduce your chance of death from 0 to almost 0.
Oh, it's funny because it's true.
Think about those numbers and it gets better. Think Positive asks, what the fuck does 100 times less even mean? A multiplier of 0.01? Yeah, that's my guess. Yeah, I would assume it basically means it's 1%.
Yeah, negative, you know.
Yeah, well, it's 1% of the death rate that was, like, maybe 2 times deadlier than the flu. So...
Slavery plus slavery is not
slavery. Yeah, well, looking at, like, 50% less deadly than the flu. And yet, restrictions are going up and rights are going down again.
Yeah.
I think it's because they get a turn on from that. It's like, oh yeah, restricting freedoms of people. Oh yes.
Restrictions will lift with some ease. Dr. Fauci, don't forget me.
Or
I hate you, but I'm clipping that, man.
Oh,
I'm
thing
giving
is,
you a lot of
you starting to become
clip-worthy
fucking
material
catchy
today.
now.
You have, and I've been clipping it. There's some of it when I remember that I've got a hotkey for that.
Did you clip my January 6th rant?
I hope so. If not, I'm going to have to go back and pull it out manually.
Yeah. It makes my penis hurt.
Not
I
that
don't
one,
even
though.
know where that even comes from, but it's a thing.
Yeah.
It's a thing now.
Okay. Just okay. Did
Billy
not need to know that.
Billy Bloggs says Omicron is a godsend. It will end the pandemic. That might be why they're so afraid of it. No more shots and no excuse for COVID passes.
That'd
Exactly.
be nice.
Unfortunately, Billy Bloggs passed away from suicide on the 12th of January after shooting himself in the back of the head 3 times.
Yeah, sad. Just
Sad, tragic.
nobody could see it coming either.
Yes, and in completely unrelated news, Hillary Clinton was seen in the area.
Yeah. Hey guys, why is there this weird car standing outside my home? Oh shit!
Oh shit, it's Hillary! Duck for cover!
I can smell the sulfur.
You know, children around Hillary Clinton say she smells like sulfur, folks. She smells like sulfur. She's got flies on her. She's a demon. Hillary's a demon, folks.
If I remember, didn't I make like a Doom Pepe drawing where Hillary Clinton was one of the demons on it?
Yes, and it was so good that it needs to be censored before we put it on the YouTubes. I think I might have pinned it in Artwall.
Shit.
Did I? So many channels, so little time.
What is this new Padoru rank?
Padoru? Oh, it's a weeb meme.
Trigger warning, it's a weeb thing. Are you sure you want to know?
Yes.
Okay.
Just go search Padoru and you'll find like several fucking iterations of it.
Wait, it's not a hentai thing, is it?
No, it's not.
Well, it becomes a hentai thing. It's Rule 34. Dude.
Yeah, it gets
Every
Rule 34,
pornographic.
but it's a thing from a TV, an anime short based on a video game. But basically, there's this tiny little midgetified anime character that runs along singing Merry Christmas in Japanese, and then at the end, it yells Padaru Padaru, and it's basically turned into its whole thing.
Yeah.
Okay. But what does the ranking mean on the server?
Oh, we got a new feature when Crow and I think it was Fractal boosted the crap out of the server. So you can get little pictures next to your name, and the rank just adds a picture next to your name.
Okay.
But basically, it's just a shout out to the weebs.
Yeah, gotcha.
Christmas shout out. Yeah, Mythos has posted in live shows the meme.
Incredible.
It's huge.
You've never seen anything quite like it.
Yes. We'll build a wall and make Hillary pay for it.
Oh,
If fucking only. If fucking only.
Make Hillary pay for it. That's good.
What are the chances that Hillary's gonna pay for anything but assassination of her targets?
Slim to fuck all.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We're talking
She's a
about
demon.
Hillary Clinton,
She's a demon.
folks.
You heard it from me first, folks. She's a demon.
Alright. Well, I think we'll start wrapping it up there. Say our goodbyes. Yeah, it has been another excellent night as always. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you, Trim and Second. It has been fun. Yes. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to anyone who we haven't already said it to.
It's been nice talking to you again. Happy New Year and all that shit. Yes.
We've done our shilling, that's out of the way. So
Yes, this year is mini Return of the King when Democrats get blown the fuck out in November.
Oh, fuck yes. God, the midterms are going to be glorious.
Oh, yeah.
They're gonna get ratioed to fuckistan.
Yeah, they are. Alright, folks, that is all from us this time. Keep calm, carry a towel, and Shadilay.
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 Shadilay. Blah, 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 blah. But however the fuck it
Good
goes.
song.
It is. Goodbye, folks.